Hello?
Dun, dun, dun.
Is there anybody there? Hold on, let me check. Is anybody there?
Live?
Is there 18 people waiting in the queue?
Can anybody tell us if we are live?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, first I gotta address Tando because Tando asked an interesting question. Well,
What did Tando
first,
ask?
I have to tell you guys good morning. So I greatly appreciate you guys rocking and rolling with us. But two, Tando asked, will you guys be covering any leaks? Because I've been avoiding them.
Oh.
Well,
yeah.
Tando, I'll put it to you like this. I don't work in the industry. I can only give you that ECP. And we're already getting some lag here. So let me see if I can adjust some things real quick. Hopefully that is working. We got Anung Anurama. First time seeing you in the chat. I appreciate you coming through. But to answer your question, Tando, and hopefully some things get adjusted on the back end, because it looks like YouTube is hating us right now. Pong, if you could check for me real quick to see if our stream is running smooth at all. Because it says we're dropping crazy frames.
No, it's looking smooth.
Looking smooth?
So
all right.
on my end, yep.
I'll ignore it. I'll ignore it. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if you could please let me know what you're experiencing. And if everything is good, I'm just going to ignore it and we're going to keep it rolling. It's saying we're dropping frames over here. Maybe it's because I got Dead Space 3 playing in the background today. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Looking beautiful. It looks too gorgeous that OBS can't handle it, and YouTube said, I just can't believe that game looks like that. It's a mod. But no, seriously though, Tando, leaks and whatnot, I'll put it to you like this. We are not in the industry. I don't know what's official, and what's not official, right? So if you don't want to hear any speculation, pun intended, then today's episode may not be for you. But with that being said, I do think that today's episode will be for you because, again, as part of the reason why we coined the term ECP, that educated consumer perspective, because that's where me and Pong want to come from today. There has been some things in the background, but nothing has been official unless somebody else has seen some things that have become official.
The one was official.
Okay. So
because it was official Instagram account.
I got you.
That's official. That was a big oopsie from Atlas.
You said the gameplay is the gameplay that's stuttering. Okay. I'm gonna work on that. See what's going on. Why it's doing that.
I'm seeing it on mine, and it looks good.
I just reset it. See if that fixes it.
Okay. All right.
Still dropping frames for whatever reason. Connections apparently running like butt cheeks. It's looks like it's trying to smooth itself up, but nonetheless, we're backstage while I fix some things and try to figure out why we're getting a little lag spikes here and there. Talk to the beautiful people, Pong, and let them know how you feeling this morning.
Listen, it's Gamers Christmas. You're gonna hear me say this often. It is Gamers Christmas week into next week, right? So this is the best time of the year, people. This is why we all do this stuff. It adds the extra hype even without E3 still being around anymore. This is still E3 week. We still got all these showcases. We've already had some fantastic announcements. And yes, a couple from the leaks that did happen officially. But there hasn't been a whole lot of leaking, to be honest with you guys. Like, there's very few leaks that have come out. Overall, compared to some other years, I'm actually kind of shocked at this point. We'll see what happens today. Obviously, on the eve of Xbox's, big showcase tomorrow. But right now, it's all about the hype. I love this time of the year, Steel. So much news, so many gaming related articles coming out that are actually positive, that are talking about the games that we're seeing. Mm-hmm. And the second half of 2023 is starting to fill out, Steel. That's the big part. Like, we knew the first half was going to be giant,
right?
But we didn't know much about the second half. And here we are now. We're starting to fill that out. September of this year. If you guys are going to play, me, I'm only going to be playing Starfield. But if you guys are going to be trying to play more games in September than just Starfield, or whatever the case may be, September's filling up quick, right? And now we know Spider-Man 2 has moved out of September. So that's going to help some people. But October, obviously with Spider-Man 2, we'll talk about it. Spider-Man 2 is now in October. This is the best part of the year. This is what I get hyped for. As we close in on tomorrow, we've got Future Game Show today. We already saw Devolver Digital's show, which was strange, weird, wacky, wild in all the best ways, but had a couple great announcements in there. You did the Day of the Devs with Indy as well.
Which is dope.
I have not had a chance to watch it yet, so I can't wait to hear your thoughts on a couple games that maybe came out of there. And then Summer Games Fest. Summer Games Fest, I know didn't hit for everybody. It never does really. Keeley still hasn't found the magic touch as to how to get everybody on board with it.
Mm-hmm.
But me as a gamer, there was a lot in there that I really liked. And there was a lot of great showings. So this is the best time of the year, Steele. And like I said, leading up to tomorrow, kind of the big deal, all eyes on Xbox tomorrow. And of course, you guys already know Starfield. I literally don't even need an Xbox showcase. All I need to do is see Starfield. The Xbox showcase itself, the main part of it, is just going to be the cherry on top for me personally. So I don't know how much more hyped I can get for this showcase, because this is the year that I think we bring it. That Xbox brings it completely. The year that we thought we were going to get last year is finally upon us, Steele. And the more I've talked about it, the more I've gone through it, the more I've heard about it. I really think this is that one show that we've been waiting on, that finally everybody's going to go, okay. Just like Phil in his interview, I can finally see the roadmap. I can finally see it clearly, right? And I think that's what this show's going to bring. So I'm so excited, man. We got to talk about it. We got to get into it, man.
Yeah, we're going to have a ton to get into today, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of passionate conversation to have also today. Again, there's going to be a lot of hype to go into tomorrow's showcase. And Nick, to answer your question, no, we're not going to be covering Future Game Show ourselves. I would like to, but family events got to happen this afternoon. I got to get everything knocked out before I spend most of my day sitting in front of my PC, chopping it up about games and excited and over the moon and giving you guys that energy I got to give y'all. Every time that you guys see me live, I come correct. So with that being said, I don't think there's any other better time than now to go ahead and go live. It does look like things are smoothing out a bit. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let us know how things are for you on your end. I'm going to continue to try to work on things behind the scenes to see if anything changes. But in the case that it doesn't, I appreciate you for rocking with us. But again, from what I could tell, it was running smooth. OBS did get an update, so maybe it's part of the update that says it's running smooth or not running smooth or whatever the case may be, but we shall see. With that said, though, let me make sure I get the chat back up here.
Can you give me the official time mark here, Steele?
I will. Give me one moment here before I go live 100%.
Because YouTube's being weird again. Whatever.
Is it?
I just don't understand how I can't get the time on my phone. It gives me the time up to date on the actual. It just doesn't make any sense why it does it this way. Anyways, if you give me
it definitely gets weird sometimes. But yeah, I'll give you the official time. Give me 1 sec.
And I'll ask you that each time, and we go through a new topic here too. So just you know, if you can just give me the time,
I can definitely give you the time. Good. That is not a problemo.
And I hope, chat, everybody here.
Stream is down. Whoa, Splin, don't do that. Stream ain't down.
Stream ain't down. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, don't be getting people. You trying to get people out of here? What are you do? You trying to set us up, Splin? Are you? Yeah. What are you? Are you? What's going on, man?
He's a gaming circle insider. That's what.
Oh, is that what it is? You're here to take us out of the game? Well, let me tell you something, Splin. I'm gonna show you something that's different about me.
Yeah. But I hope, hey, chat. I hope anybody in chat who's playing Diablo 4, I hope you're loving it as much as we are. 100%.
1000%.
Yeah, actually, yeah, just absolutely incredible game. Phenomenal.
Beyond.
Yeah.
Game is outstanding, and we'll definitely get a little bit more into that as we get into our games that we are playing. All right, so boom. Time is, let's see, live is going to be 11 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go live. Well, Mr. Anderson, do you know what today is? I hope you do, because it's Saturday morning with Living Splitscreen. This is episode 106. This is the second episode of season 3, and we're here to get locked, loaded, live, raw, and uncut, give you that golden age of gaming, because I don't know if you guys knew or not, and this is for the audio listeners too, it's showcase season, baby. We had a lot of interesting showcases that happened this week. We got an amazing, possibly, showcase that we're going to end up having tomorrow featuring Xbox being at the forefront, along with the Starfield Direct following right after. And for those who don't know, real quick, a little bit of housekeeping up front before I get into the Living Splitscreen intro.
26 hours and 40 minutes to go, Doom Reaper says. Let's go, Doom.
I like that time. I like that time. I see you, Doom. But in case you guys don't know, me and Paul will be with Fun Speculation, the Fun Speculation Network tomorrow when the show does go live, just as we have been in the past. So if you want to tune in, get it locked in, get hype. I believe we're going an hour early before the show. If I'm mistaken, that's what we talked about yet last night. That's what Mav had planned, Fun Speculation. So hopefully that does end up working out. But please come join us, come hang out. And right now, audio listeners, you can ignore this. But if you're tuning in live, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's Discord causing some connection problems. Me and Paul were chopping it up a little bit as we were getting live. And I think this was one of the things that Discord was giving us an issue with before, which is why we switched over to Zoom. But again, hopefully it doesn't hinder your guys' experience overall, especially on the live side of things. I got amazing Dead Space 3 gameplay playing in the background. It'd be super unfortunate if you guys aren't able to see it in all its glory, because me and Pong did jump in on PC to get some gameplay in. And man, as the game is beautiful as I could have ever imagined. I wasn't expecting for it to look the way that it does. And even to have the experience that we've had with it, has been quite amazing, I won't lie. But with that being said, let's get into the official intros. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning and thank you for joining Living Splitscreen. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I, that T is a 7 everywhere. The easiest place you can type that in is Google. But with that being said, this is also the home of the RTS view. That's where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull those resources together so that we can build up that foundation to not only build up our community, but also potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Also, we're the home of that ECP. And, people were, kind of worried that there might be some spoilers here today. I'm here to tell you guys again, while we're live, all your listeners, you're tuned in now. Look, if you're not trying to hear any spoilers, I'm here to tell you I don't have any spoilers for you. At least not yet. Now, everything that we're going to say today is going to be a lot of speculation. There's going to be a lot of fun to be had today. We're going to tell you guys what our perfect show is going to be. And we're also going to cover some other shows like Summer Games Fest that happened this week, some of the indie shows that happened this week too. And we're just going to break it down for you. With that being said, I have to introduce you to the most uncanny gentleman that I have met within these gaming streets and has become a best friend to me. My guy, my brother from another, the one and only X-Men who is not Cyclops. Pong. So, how you doing, brother, man?
I'll never get tired of that intro, Steel. I just won't. My Saturday morning is just not complete when I don't hear that. Oh, man. Like I was saying when we were behind the scenes, it is Gamers Christmas week. It is still E3 time, even though E3 doesn't exist at this moment. It is still that time of the year because everybody's still putting on showcases. It has already been, I know some people overall haven't enjoyed a lot of the shows that have happened, obviously starting with PlayStation a couple of weeks ago, Summer Games Fest, Day of the Devs, Devolver Digital, already going. We've got Future Game Show this week, which is always a good, or today I should say, which is always a good one that I don't like to miss. I may have to because I got to get some stuff done because tomorrow's going to be so gigantic. But the fact is, we've already gotten some great announcements. We have already seen some fantastic new games coming. And like I was saying, Steel, excuse me, did not want to cough in everybody's ear. Like I was saying, the second half of 2023 is starting to fill out. And it's starting to fill out very nicely. Very nicely, as we know already. Spider-Man 2 got its official date for October, moved out of the rumored September, but September is looking juicy. Not just Starfield, got Mortal Kombat 1 sitting in there, plus a couple of other games are starting to fill out. So this is the best time of the year. Like, I'm always excited for this industry, as you all know. That's why I do this. My passion runs deep for this industry in all areas, but this time of the year is still special to me. That's why I miss E3, that branding not being there. But these companies are picking up the slack and they're doing a nice job. Sure, it's not, all in one place anymore. Now it's digital and all that kind of stuff. But they're still doing a fantastic job, phenomenal work, and it's all leading up to tomorrow, where we're gonna have stuff next week as well. But Xbox has been holding down the fort for years now when it comes to this time where they still put on the biggest show, and tomorrow is going to be no different, Steel. And like I said many, many times, for me, it's all Starfield. Like, I don't even need the Xbox showcase tomorrow. The fact that I'm getting a whole nother show on top of the Starfield showing tomorrow is just a cherry on top for me.
Yeah.
But that cherry is looking ripe, Steel. It is time. And we're going to talk about that as well, because this could be the biggest showcase Xbox has ever had.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that at this point. All the stuff we are hearing, locked and loaded tomorrow. The execs over at Xbox are more than usually... are more confident than even usual. Yeah. They are beyond confident at this point. So, we're going to have a fun time, Steel. Otherwise, this week of gaming has been all Diablo. I did try the Lies of P demo after it was announced the other day at Summer Games Fest. I did check out the Lies of P demo. Souls fans, go download this demo and go check it out. I think you're going to find something you love. It is gorgeous game. This demo, I've heard now, is about 2 to 3 hours long. So it's a big demo. So you're going to get a nice idea of what to expect when Lies of P drops. I personally loved, again, aesthetic, the story behind this different take on Pinocchio, the clockwork stuff. All of that is amazing. But damn if it ain't Souls-like. And damn if I didn't go... just not gonna take the time to get good for this one, Steel. So I played it. I played it for probably about 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and came up against a boss, and exactly what you thought would happen to me happened, and it happened a few times, and I was like, this is good. This is good. I'm happy for everybody who's going to enjoy this game because there's going to be a lot of people. It's a great W for Game Pass, especially day and date. But I installed it and I said, okay, I got my fill. We're good. But I know a lot of people are going to love this game, and it's super polished for a demo. Super polished. And I think that people are definitely going to find something to love. And then otherwise, it's been all Diablo 4. I mean, let's just be real, Steel. Diablo 4 has my attention. It has my every gaming moment attention right now. I can't stop playing it. For you guys who don't know, most of the Fun Spec fam has now made it to tier 3. Shout out to Jasper, who's now tier 4. But we have been putting nonstop. I am level 55 as of last night in Diablo already.
Nice.
Just every moment in that world in Sanctuary is so good, Steel. The loop is so good. Can it be frustrating and challenging? Absolutely. That's why I despise the journalists who wrote that this is fast food gaming. This is turn your brain off gaming. Right. Listen.
We got to talk about that this week. You want to bring that up now? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, we could go into it a little bit too today as well. I could deep dive that a little bit, but maybe on World Tier 1, I don't know because I haven't turned it down to World Tier 1. But let me tell you, if you think that this game isn't challenging, maybe you got the perfect build. Maybe you got that meta going on and you're just rolling through. But let me tell you, playing as a rogue class, it ain't like that, folks. You do have to think. You do have to strategize. Even in a party of 4, you have to strategize.
Oh,
yeah. Diablo 4 is not for the faint of heart on the higher world tiers. Now, World Tier 3, just went up a whole nother level. But that loop, Steel, that power leveling fantasy, they've got it in spades because I was having trouble the other night, even in a group. I was dying a lot. I found a bow last night. I found a sacred legendary last night that changed it yet again for me. Am I still one of the weaker classes when it comes to, getting hit a lot? I can't sit in there because I'm playing long range. Yeah, I'm still that. But my bow that I found last night just upped my game. And man, was I doing a whole lot of damage last night and really feeling like I was contributing to everything we were doing. Have beat a couple world bosses. We've done some of the Helltide stuff for sure. We've been running nightmare dungeons thanks to you and Jasper being the tanks of the party. It's a blast getting through those nightmare dungeons and looting. Diablo 4, shout out to Blizzard again. Shout out to the entire team. This is Game of the Year quality gaming here. This has to be in the conversation at the end of the year. If it's not, I'm going to be sorely disappointed. And I will end this kind of talk on Carolyn Faby, who is the voice of Lilith. I tweeted this out. And the Blizzard animation team. They both need to be up for awards as well. Individual award for Carolyn Faby. She, again, for those of you that haven't finished the campaign, no spoilers here. I'm not going to spoil anything. But it's got, for me, one of the greatest cinematic moments ever in video game history. And I've been doing this, I've been playing for 40 plus years. I've seen a lot of cinematic cutscenes in my lifetime. And really, this one here is going to stick with me for the rest of my life. One of the greatest performances from her. The actor, I forget his name. I apologize for Inarius, did an awesome job as well.
Yes,
but it did sold it. But that moment when you guys get to it, if you guys are playing through the campaign, you'll know what I mean. If you're not playing Diablo 4 and you don't really have an interest in Diablo 4, I would suggest you just go to YouTube and watch all the cinematic cutscenes put together. People have already put all the videos out there. Go watch it all. Because it's worth it. The story here is really above and beyond for a Diablo game. And this one scene, and you all will know it when you get there, as long as you watch it, it's about 10 minutes long, really puts a bow on this game. And it's not even the ending. And so just shout out to Carolyn Faber, shout out to the Blizzard animation team. Both just did a exceptional job here. So that's what I've been doing, Steel. And I know you've been roughly the same as me because you,
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. Diablo got you too. I know you're in the 60s. What's been going on with you, brother?
Well. Yeah, for me, it's been mainly Diablo. I'm outside of real life stuff and things going on behind the scenes. It's definitely been just a whole lot of getting Diablo in. Diablo is exactly what I wanted it to be in many ways, and has hit all the right notes for me. I still have some little things with it, like the power creep. In some ways, I do have some. I'm not going to necessarily say fears because it's still early on and not a lot of things can change. And a lot of people haven't played with the build diversity. And even myself, like I'm so lacking on aspects. It's fucking ridiculous. And I can't even find, I haven't even gotten enough aspects to try to build up my library to really kind of finalize my build or be comfortable where I'm at. I'm kind of just making do with what I have. I've been super unlucky, at least this week, with a lot of my build, especially since I've been in tier 3, where I'll find things here and there, but as far as like aspects to help make my build even better, because I'm going for like a poison storm kind of feral build currently. And this is kind of where I settled out on, because I was doing some things differently. I was using trample. That was really working for me, especially on the druid, because druid doesn't have a lot of movement mechanics itself. So I wasn't really using trample as a damage like a lot of people have been using. I was more so using it to as a movement mechanic, and not only that, to push into a room and get people out of the way. So if I got a team behind me, whatever the case might be, they can fall right in. We can get set up. It also stuns enemies if I run them into the wall. So it was really beneficial, but then I just felt like it wasn't doing enough in tier 3. Especially when I got into the tier 4 dungeon, and maybe I was just, because I was in the mentality, because of tier 3, you get to a certain point where you do start like grouping monsters together, because there's something like in Diablo, it's still true that once you get to a certain point, you have to be more tactical about how you use your time and how you approach dungeons, right? So now it's more so you going through the campaign, it's like you're going through the experience, and then now in an end game, it's like, okay, now I need to get the objective done. Okay, here's the dungeon. Where's the objective at? Okay, we can sit here and fight enemies all day, but it's not going to help. It's not going to do anything for us. Now we get a pack. Oh yeah, let's turn around. Let's burn that pack down, because there's a high chance that we'll get something good from that. More enemies you have around you, the more possibilities that you have for good loot drops. So that's kind of mentality that you would have to have, that I would suggest to anybody to have as far as when you're playing Diablo. The other thing too is because I've heard some people struggling, not only within our own friend group, but also others that I've seen out there. Some people mentioned it in the chat. Who was that said that? Shout out to you. I'm not trying to pick on you, nothing, boss. I think it was either boss or somebody else. I think it was somebody. It might have been somebody else. No, either way, the best thing that I can suggest to you guys, even if you're in tier 1, because I did see some people that were struggling in tier 1, and I'm not going to be the guy to sit here and judge you for that or whatever the case. I can care less. The main thing that I'm going to tell you is, do not force yourself to play a game that you genuinely do not like to play.
Yeah,
I will again stand on the line. I will stand on the mountain, and I will shout from any rooftop that you need me to shout from. If you cannot enjoy playing a game single player by yourself, you will not enjoy the game. Right. Point blank, period. Because especially in a game like Diablo, you have to progress no matter what. If you want to play with your friend group, you have to. There's no choice in that, unfortunately. Now I say that, but this is just the type of game that it's been. It's always been this way. And I want to, again, reiterate, do not force yourself to play something that you, one, don't genuinely want to understand, don't care to learn, don't want to push through. Yep. If you do not genuinely like it and you're just on the hype train, stop playing it, because you're forcing yourself to play something that you don't like that. Now, if you do like it and you like struggling, great. But then maybe you should go play a Souls game, because that tells me something else. You like to struggle. And like Paul was saying, he doesn't like to, have those experiences, be those enclosed spaces and have to bang your head up against the wall, because that stuff is frustrating. There's an art to that dance that not only the Arkham dance that we mention all the time when we talk about Batman, but there is an art to the dance in Souls games also, to where if you're not in the rhythm, don't want to get into the rhythm, and it's not, again, if it's not something for you, you're not going to enjoy the gameplay, and you don't and should not ever force yourself to play something just because, like, I get it. Everybody's playing it. Especially Diablo, everybody's playing it. You want to be part of the hype. Maybe you will. That's because that's another thing I want to add on. Guys, not everybody's going to make it into a party. We got 4-man parties.
Yep.
And if people are grouped up, the people are grouped up. Nobody can say, and you, like, again, I'm only iterating these things because, again, Diablo has shown me some of the common issues that I used to experience back in the day, and some things that could cause a divide potentially, if people aren't understanding or don't know what's going on, or just whichever the case may be. So I kind of wanted to put that PSA out there. But again, yes, Diablo has been a lot for me. I'm about level 64, I think. I mean, the 63 or 64, something like that. And it's been feeling good. I think my build is going the right way that I want it to now. Hopefully, my vulnerable damage is bananas. If I got a group with me, especially my poison damage, if I poison them and then put the hurricane on, bro, it's just vulnerable all over the place. Everybody's getting their top damage at all times, and it's just we're clearing rooms out. So it's been a really good time. Again, the campaign, I cannot say enough about. Please, I know it's easy sometimes in these games to skip the campaign. Do not skip the campaign. The other thing that I will say, since Diablo has been really the only game that I've played this week, and I do want to get into some of the Division to try that new roguelite mode that I tried out in the public test server. I want to try the official version, but because I have been playing a lot of Diablo this week, I lost where I wanted to take that, which is super unfortunate because I felt like it was super important, but I guess it wasn't. So there's that. It's completely gone. I started thinking about something else. That's how it. Guess that was enough about Diablo. Well, Pong did want me to share with you guys a very important announcement. Some people refer to him as God. The God Howard, I should say. God. Because, excuse me,
not the God.
I mean, yeah, he might be to some people. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. The way some people talk about him. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's tune in for this very special PSA. Let's see what Todd Howard has to say. What did Pong have to share with me that was so important? Let's find out. Let's see if we can get this pulled up, because I'm gonna get the video pulled up and everything. This is gonna be coming straight from Twitter. So be aware of that. Our cameras, of course, aren't on point, but nonetheless, here we go.
We also thought, since we're all here together tonight and it's so special, maybe we'd do something a little different too.
Oh, it was a little low on there, but.
And tell you what we have coming beyond this year in the future.
Let me know if you guys can hear that.
We have also been working on a
Jesse's
brand
videos.
new next generation single player game.
Brand new next generation. You heard what he said.
But this one is in an all-new epic franchise. Our first wholly original franchise.
I can hear it.
You can hear it?
25
Perfect.
years.
Woo! 25 years, brand new franchise. That's what he's talking about.
We're excited to announce our next adventure.
Of course, I can't fucking scroll up on the video anymore, but it's all good. If I make a big screen, it's gonna look funny. This is where Todd announced Starfield. And with Starfield coming tomorrow, Paul couldn't contain his hype. He wanted to make sure that everybody could hear the amazing and wonderful announcement for Starfield once again. Look at him, dude. Don't you guys see Pong? He's watching like a brand new baby. Like he's just seen it for the first time.
And I've already watched it 12 times.
Starfield is a game that we have spent years thinking about and working on. Something we feel uniquely positioned to pull off and that we're incredibly excited about.
Ooh, you unique and excited to pull off. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, did that get you hyped? Let me know in chat how you feel about that. Again, with Starfield right around the corner, how can you not be hyped, right? Nick says Pong's face is priceless. Look, guys, like this is a little taste of what you're probably going to end up getting tomorrow. Again, I'm excited, and I'm not even a Bethesda fan, mostly, right? I'll continue to say this. Elder Scrolls Online is the closest I've been to Bethesda really hitting it for me out of the park. And Starfield, especially after what we experienced in Dead Space 3 here recently with some of that space traversal, and just being out in space, it just kind of made me like think about, and also playing No Man's Sky recently, has just made me think about and try to put myself more in that headspace. I'm really hoping that Starfield is and will end up being that that Mass Effect, that mix, I should say, of Mass Effect and that expansive RPG that Bethesda is really known for. That's what I'm looking for. So it's gonna be a third person game for me. That's gonna be the other thing that's gonna be exciting. And see it in its full glory, 60 frames per second. No, we'll see if that ends up being the case. I do hope that it is. But Pong, man, I mean, real quick before we get into the upcoming games and whatnot, like, how did that make you feel right there, man? Like, are you jazzed?
I told you I watched that when that tweet popped up yesterday. I've watched it like a dozen times, literally. It's so good. Like Tim the Sorcerer just said, and I saw other people saying it too. The music, Ian Zer's music. I literally get chills, right? So you guys know me. Like if I had to choose, I'm a high fantasy guy, right? First and foremost. Like I love high fantasy. But my second love, and it's not much further below that, is sci-fi. I'm a Star Wars guy and a Trekkie at the same time. More so a Star Wars than a Trekkie. But let me tell you, when it comes to Star Trek, if you guys didn't see when we got the announcement during Summer Games Fest for Star Trek Infinite, me and Jasper were lighting up because Jasper is a Star Trek guy through and through. So to hear Ian Zer's music with that introduction to Starfield gives me chills. And the more I've heard of it, the better it gets overall. And again, we've now seen, obviously, we've seen a good bit of Starfield gameplay wise, but the scope of this game is so far beyond. Like when we got to see Skyrim for the first time, we were seeing the world as it was going to be. Obviously, we didn't get to see every location. We didn't get to see every enemy we're going to fight. We didn't see all that stuff, right? That's all what you get a part of. But with Starfield, even from what we've seen, there's 995 more planets to go explore out there if I want to, that are going to be different than what we've seen in some aspects, right? That is mind-boggling to me right now. And the fact that we're going to have, like you said, Steele, the classic Bethesda narrative thrown in there as well, the NPCs, the people I'm going to be able to meet, the fact that I'm going to be able to build starships, the fact that I'm going to build bases, the fact that I'm going to be able to go do what I want to do within a universe. And it's beyond even what No Man's Sky currently sits at as well. I believe that. It's different. That gives me chills through and through. This is like my most hyped. Like I said, there was Cyberpunk and Starfield were my most hyped games over the past probably 20, 30 years. And I already got Cyberpunk. And yes, despite all of its issues, it lived up to my expectations. And I loved every minute of my 300 hours. And I'm going to be going back into it when the DLC drops again. But this right here is is also different for me because it's Starfield, because it's that space exploration game, that sandbox that I've always dreamt of, with that Bethesda shine all over it. So yeah, Nix, I agree, and I'm glad I'm not the only one out there. To me, again, I already said it, but the Starfield Direct tomorrow is the big moment for me. The Xbox Showcase is just a cherry. I can't wait to get my hands on this. Now I have a computer, a PC that can run it. Even if it's not 60 frames on Series X, I will be playing on PC because I'm planning on streaming this game. I'm going to get into streaming. I'm going to do it. Starfield to me is everything. And to watch that moment where Todd announced it, you could see internally what it meant to him to announce it after 25 years. And yeah, I saw somebody else pointed out the fact that he said that they had already been working on it. That was 5 years ago. They had already been working on Starfield. Probably not, obviously not the full team, but they had been working on Starfield. So we're talking about a game that's probably been in actual production at some level for probably about 7 years now. I would guess somewhere in there from storyboarding forward. So it's everything Steel. It's everything Steel.
Yeah, and because of that lengthy time period, there's a lot of expectation that's going into this game also. Whether it's just or unjust, that's going to be completely up to you to decide. But for Xbox, this is a huge title, right? This has to be a title for Bethesda, I think, to really hit out of the park, mainly because they have kind of garnered the attention of being called Bugthesda, and also having some games recently, Fallout 76, Fallout 4, that didn't really hit for a lot of people, but did grow. And Fallout 4 is actually one of the top 5 modded games across PC, period. So there's still so much breadth to be had in that game, even with people saying that the game isn't that great. Right? Well, saying those games aren't that great because both of them have some of that. It's a really unique thing to be happening currently. There's a lot of excitement that we're going to be lining up. I saw people in chat talk about they're going to go to the cinema to see it. That was going to be my, I was thinking about doing that possibly. It is going to be available to me. But I'd rather be here with the guys kicking it and gals, kicking it and hype and excited and then chopping it up and talking with all the different people. Because we will also be with Boxing
World of Gaming and Dutch.
Yes.
We'll do that. Yes.
We're going to be doing that after the Starfield Direct, I believe, or yes.
Yep. We're gonna get our thoughts in over at Fun Speculation Channel about the overall show, about Starfield, and then we're gonna move over to World of Gaming and join Boxenberger and Dutch for their after show discussion as well. That's where Steele and I will be tomorrow afternoon. This conversation is going to go on for a long time, Steele. I think this is going to be a showcase, and we'll get into it that we're talking about for a while. This is going to be special. And yes, Andrew Cullinane, yes, I did put in 300 hours in one playthrough of Cyberpunk. That's how much I loved it. Sorry to hear that you didn't like it. There's plenty of people who did not enjoy Cyberpunk. For me, it's one of my greatest all time. It's one of my GOATs. So it's top 10, probably top 5 for me all time. That's how much I enjoyed Cyberpunk. So I can't wait. Starfield's, God, man, it's going to be so good, Steele. We're going to have so much to talk about, brother.
1000%. And Jesse Darby says, why go pay $15 for something you can watch for free? Why go pay $8 for coffee when you can make coffee at home?
Right. Exactly. Yep. If I wasn't podcasting, I'd go see the showcase at the theater. I used to go watch the PlayStation showcases in the theater when they started doing that. I used to go to the PlayStation showcases in the theater as well. So I believe I actually did see the Hopes and Dreams one in the theater. I believe they did. I think that was the first one they put in the theater. And I did go watch it that way. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, again, I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money or ask them why you spent the money that way. Still, coffee is that cheap. I mean, you go to Starbucks, it's about $7 to $8 for a venti coffee. I think that's what it is. Last time I got one, and yeah, I said, yeah, I'm good. $10 for fucking coffee is way way overboard on a lot of fronts. Though I will still indulge myself if I'm on the run, want to be out, the wife wants a little something, And again, you can spend $15 on a lot of things that are much worse. Believe you me.
Hey, it's personal choice, man.
Exactly.
I enjoy the big screen, and tomorrow with Starfield would be something extra special to see that on the big screen for sure. Like it would be gigantic, man. And again, I'm jealous of everybody. Shout out to everybody down in LA right now. Colt, Cog, Addict, everybody down there right now. Hargeet, everybody from the community seems to be having a blast. And there's been, people have talked to them down there. Obviously, Rand mentioned this, and Gaz mentioned it yesterday on Xbox 2, that everybody they've spoken to said that all the execs from Xbox at their meeting are just, they haven't seen this type of confidence before. Like, this is special. So it's going to be a good show. It's going to be.
Jesse said, how do I have to pay to watch the show on YouTube? Tell me that answer to that question. Do you have to pay to make coffee at home outside of the original purchase?
Nope. Gentlemen.
I have YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm still paying for it regardless.
Yeah, you are.
So
pay for the experience. Yeah.
I mean, sure. And again, Jesse, it's not. You could put that 15 towards whatever you want to put it towards. I am not. My point with that, Jesse, with the point with that coffee reference I was making is you can't judge people for what they're spending money on. I mean, sure. If that's like what you like to do, then I guess. Yep. But there's so many things that I could probably go into your life and say, why'd you spend money on that then? And I'm just not that guy. If you felt like it was worth you to get that experience, I feel like $15 going to a movie theater to see the Xbox showcase would be a dope experience. You get it on a 100-inch screen? Like how dope? I think it's even much bigger. No, it's way bigger than that. Isn't that dope? Sit in the movie theater chair to give you free snacks. Like it's an event. You're gonna be there with other people. It's like when you go to go on the line for like a Call of Duty or a Halo, except you don't have to stand in line. You're inside, kicking back, eating snacks, enjoying it. It's 2 hours long. It's just like a movie. I think it's a dope concept, man. That's me. Again, to each their own. I feel you, Jesse. But my biggest point is I have to decide what they want to spend their money.
Yep.
And I won't judge them for what they.
Yeah, tell us, Ray. You got it too. Yeah, I have a projector, 130, 140-inch screen.
Nice.
Sweet cones and coffee at home. That's another way to do it, right?
That's what I'm talking about. See, he's a smart man. I see it, Tallow. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Pong, if you want to shout out some people in the chat real quick, let me get some things set up for my daughter. I'll be right back.
No problem. And yes, we have an absolutely amazing chat here already. Thank you all for joining us. And obviously, if you can, business side of things, if you can hit the like button, share it out if you got a moment. Again, it just helps us out greatly as we are on our way to Mission 1K. We are 873. We've had a couple great weeks of new subscriptions here. It's just a big mark for me and Steele. We don't care how many are here. If there was one person in this chat, Steele and I would still be doing this because we love this industry so much. But thank you all for joining us today. We got Among Unrama here. Great to see you. El Nini is in the house. What's going on? We got Talus Ray. We got the one, the only Nix, one of the OGs. What's going on, Nix? We got Jason Max in the house. What's going on, brother? We got the Gita up in here as well. Of course, the aforementioned Jesse Darby. Always great to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Tim the Sorcerer is in the house. The Fifth Horseman V throwing up the hellos and throwing up the good thoughts in here already this morning. Excuse me for my bungle there. The Country Gentleman coming on through and said, value is in the eye of the beholder. You are absolutely correct, sir. Wise words from you. The one, the only Andrew Cullinane is in here. We got, who else we got jumping in here? We got, it's Timmy. It's Timmy's in the house. What's going on? It's Timmy. Who else? We got the Jacob Novick in the house. What's going on, Jacob? We got Fastback OG NLG podcast. Brother Chris is up in the house. What's going on, brother Chris? Great to have you. We got PK Entertainment. What is going on, PK? Been a minute. Great to see you show up and come on through. Who else? We got Dr. Dinglenut in the house. Dr. Dinglenut's here. We have the brother from another, Psycho Knots. What's going on, Psycho?
3-bit.
We got Blue Moon FC. What is happening, Blue Moon? We got Decado in here saying hi. We got Doom Reaper is in here. What's going on, Doom? We got Chio Walker showing up. Hey, Chio. Great to see you, man. Always love to see your face in here. Who else we got in here? We got, scrolling back, we got one of the best names in the community. Red Monkey Butt is in the house. What's going on, Red Monkey Butt? And he is shouting out a lot of Starfield as well. He is hyped for tomorrow. It's going to be special. Wilfrey Rosario, what's going on? We got M. Gene in here as well. Thank you all for dropping in and saying hi. Who else? Who else? I think I got everybody that I can. If I missed you, I still love you. Still respect you for jumping in here. We got from the dead in the house. Oh, we got the one, the only, the indie gamer is in here. We both joined him for a couple shows. We got Actually Guy, the brother from another, Lore Master Jasper jumping in here. Mr. Diablo 4 Sweaty himself. We got Sappho in here. What's going on? Let's see. Sappho said off topic. Stave off the biggest criticisms leveled at Xbox is how the games are presented. IGN is notorious for lowering quality of Xbox games. Well, you know what, Sappho? You know how we feel about it here. We do agree that we believe there's some bias for sure within the media. The fact that Xbox is showing the show at 4K 60 out the gate tomorrow, I know there's been some discourse back and forth whether or not they've done that. I do believe that their shows have been 1080.
Their shows have been 1080, 30
immediately immediately after it gone. They posted the 4K 60. The fact that they're doing 4K 60 out the gate, I don't think there's any way that the media is going to be able to adjust how the Xbox games are shown at this point, because Xbox themselves is presenting it in the best light possible. So the games will speak for themselves tomorrow. And I think that's a big, big boon. The General C is up in here. I see you as well. 3-bit. What is going on, brother? Great to have you joining us as well. Calorie. We played a little bit with Calorie last night on Diablo 2. Great to see you, Calorie. But yeah, I think tomorrow's showcase is going to be special, and I think that they're giving every opportunity to, again, the games have to show up, no matter how hyped we are, right? No matter how many games, and we'll talk about this more, no matter how many games we think are going to be there, especially the first-party AAA stuff. And there's a good list that I think is solid right now. It's actually up and beyond solid compared to what we normally get. They still have to show up, and they still have to show well. And that is on Xbox's side. That is on the dev side. That is on everybody involved to make sure that they are presenting the games the way that they need to get people even more excited. But like Phil said, at the end of the day, at this point, no matter what they show, no matter what they say, it's still all going to be about getting those games in our hands and having us experience them for the first time. And that's truly what it's about. We all know this. Everybody says, well, that's common sense. Yeah, but you know what? In this space, it's not common sense because we have discourse all the time over stupid trailers, over stupid teasers, over whatever is shown to us. We have discourse nonstop around those things. But at the core, it's about when we get the games in our hands and how they feel. And that all obviously is going to happen after the showcase tomorrow. And obviously the first one out the gate, we believe, is going to be Starfield in September. That could be the beginning of something new for Xbox. And I think that that's what they're going to attempt to show us. Tomorrow is the roadmap to give us a nice layout of what we can expect, especially Game Pass, people in the ecosystem. What are we looking at for the second half of this year, but into next year as well, because, and beyond, I think we're going to see some 2025 stuff as well, because I think they're done with the 12-month thing. So it is going to be up to Xbox to present the games. Yeah. The media is not going to be able to deny it. Once it's out there, if it's good, it's going to be good on its own, and the media won't be able to change that narrative to after tomorrow. And I truly believe that. I think tomorrow is going to be the one for the books for Xbox specifically.
Yeah, 1,000% agree. And I also think that there's going to be a lot of additional, there's going to be a lot of additional criticism for the show because, again, whether you guys realize this or not, or people want to accept this or not, Xbox is always going to be behind the 8 ball, no matter what they do. They can have to, again, I think tomorrow is going to be a perfect point. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to have a lot of excitement. And again, I could just be overhyping it myself. I could be getting myself too excited. But again, that's what I love about this, right? I'm not here to temper expectations. I never do. I want the latest and greatest, and I want the most extravagant thing that I've ever seen. And if they don't show it, then they don't show it. I'm not going to be upset about that. MG says, considering the massive L's Xbox took the past 6 months a year ago, yes, they have to show up. LOL. Let's not forget the lack of first party all of 2022 in the firestorm of Redfall.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Gene, go ahead, Seal. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, MG, you are absolutely correct. As we all know, though, gamers have the shortest term memory.
Yep. Short-term memory.
My God. I cannot speak this morning, folks. I don't know what's wrong with me. They have the shortest term memories in history. Okay. Gamers are always about what's in front of me, what's next. Right. And no, we can't forget that, but it is spilled milk now, right? It is water under the bridge. There is no going back and changing what's happened. All Xbox can do is control going forward, right? That's all they can do. Yes, as a consumer, as a customer, as somebody who spends and invests a lot of time and money into the entertainment industry, you always have choices, and that you have to make that for yourself. Xbox's job, Microsoft's job, is to make that decision very hard for you, or to keep you in this ecosystem if you're already invested. And so, yes, that's all they can do is control going forward. And yes, it is up to them to get those games in our hands in the best possible shape that they can be. And that's going to change that narrative in the long run. If they go on a streak, and we've talked about this right now, if they go on a streak, if Starfield hits, if Motorsport hits, if Hellblade 2 hits, I think that you're going to see that change. People won't remember the bad times as much as they like to bring them up now, right? And that's how you change that narrative. Is every game going to hit? Chances are no. This is a high-risk industry. We've seen some of the biggest stuff fail. Last of Us 2 for Sony didn't hit the way they would have liked it to, because they got cute with the story. They got cute with a couple different things. And they knew that going in. Again, they knew that. They were out in front of it saying this isn't going to be for everybody. Well, it wasn't for everybody. Not every game's going to hit the way you think it's going to hit. But if they get a good cadence and these games do show up the way that we've expected them to, then that narrative starts to drop away. And I think that's what Xbox's job is right now. And again, the confidence that Phil had in that interview, the one bright moment, the one moment where he seemed extremely relieved and happy, was I think he finally sees it. So therefore, I think that this is the time. Bird just hit my window, by the way.
Okay, interesting.
Every morning.
Yeah.
Yes, every morning.
Jesse Darby says, yep, we got to put the past in the past and move forward and look forward to a brighter future. Hopefully, but always, remember, keep an open mind. Jesse, I couldn't have said it better myself. And just like I tell other people, don't expect people to think the same way that you think. Don't expect for people to take things the same way that you take them. And for tomorrow, don't let anybody tell you how hype or not hype that you should be, or that you should temper your expectations. I don't agree with that. I hate when people do that. Like you're trying to gatekeep my hype. Like I don't get that. Oh, well, you get hype, but then you're disappointed. Like we're all human. You're allowed to feel that way. You're allowed to express that. You're allowed to say why you were disappointed, right? There's so many wonderful things that go into that. So many great conversations to have because of that. And man, tomorrow is going to be an exciting day, especially after what we got from the PlayStation Showcase, the Summer Games Fest, being okay, not the world's greatest or anything like that. Again, another 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10 show for me personally. But we'll get into all the nitty gritty of all that here soon.
We will.
MG says, what time is the showcase? Isn't the showcase like 1 p.m. Central?
The official start. I have podcasting times in my head because that's how I think about it. So because we go early all the time, I believe it is. Is it 1 Eastern? I want to say.
Is that what it is?
I believe so.
We'll check on that.
I am checking on it right now. So,
Why so serious says, yes, he said 1 Eastern, so that's 12 Central?
Yeah,
2 Central?
The Xbox Showcase 2023 takes
Central.
place on Sunday, June 11th, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, so 12 Central Time, 6 p.m. BST time, and then following that will be the Starfield, and then June 13th they have their extended showcase starting at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern again. So yes, those times are correct.
So 12 Central, and we'll be going live with Fun Speculation at 11 a.m. because he wanted to go an hour early.
Yep,
So
12 p.m.
be ready.
Eastern we'll be going live, so we will be an hour early, and we will have lots of talk tomorrow for sure. It's going to be nonstop, and like I told Fun last night, after we're done over at Boxing Burgers, there's a chance that Fun Speculation is still talking. So
because the PC showcase, the PC
Yeah.
showcase, just like Nick's mentioned, is at 4 p.m. EST, which is 3 o'clock. Why would they have a showcase literally going right the same time that Starfield is having a showcase?
Yep. Right. And
Like, why are these people not talking to each other so that everybody can get their sights on everything? It's so weird.
it is weird, but it's
They're going to see it anyway.
again. They have to do it. It's kind of like podcasting steel.
Yeah.
Like you've only got so many time
That's
slots.
true,
You
that's
got to
true.
you just got to get your stuff out there. And also don't forget too, folks, that right after the showcase is done, Giant Bomb, Jeff Grubb, and the crew over there are going to have an interview with Phil Spencer and Matt Booty. So there's
watch
going to
that
be
live,
even
too,
more because
That's later on. I think.
Booty's not, you're not going to get too many quotes out of Booty, right?
Whoa.
But Phil always comes with quotes. There's going to be stuff to talk about that Phil says after the show tomorrow. I can guarantee that. So we're going to have a lot of talk tomorrow. It's going to be fun.
Ben Millard, what's going on, Ben? First time seeing you in the chat. Appreciate you coming through. He says, going to pre-order the $300 Starfield Special Edition as soon as it's live.
This will be my first collector's edition in over a decade. I don't do collector's editions. I have a budget. I am literally blowing a large, almost all my budget for the remaining portion of the year on the Starfield Collector's Edition. I want this. I'm going to have it. I'm going to have multiple screens up, ready to rock and roll during the show while we are live tomorrow, Steel, because I am going to need to grab that Collector's Edition. This is going to be something that sells out extremely fast when it comes to Bethesda. They will not keep making them. Bethesda normally doesn't keep making their Collector's Editions, so I need to get in on this first run and make sure I get locked in. Again, rare for me to do this, very rare, but I need this. That's how hyped I am for Starfield.
And that watch, that whole getup looks very impressive. It made me even think about it. But again, the game is, I want to be impressed with the game. More so than anything else. I would do it for Armor Core before I do it for anything else, honestly. But that's a whole different conversation, and I think that might be part of my conversation later on.
What's going on, Webb? Great to see you. And yes, Sappho, people still will misquote Phil, and we'll still be here correcting them. Absolutely, 100%. This will be ongoing forever. It doesn't matter how big Xbox becomes. People will love to misquote Phil because he talks so much compared to other CEOs of any game companies. Him and Strauss are like the two of the biggest talkers in the gaming industry. And it's very rare that happens. So yes, people will continue to misquote Phil because they have a fun time doing it. But we'll be here. We'll be here to explain it all. Don't worry. Plenty of podcasts.
Will Wiseau says, will it replace my Apple Watch Ultra?
I doubt that.
Probably not. For a $300 collector's edition, the Apple Watch by itself is that price. My Samsung watch was fucking that price. So that's probably not the case. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to get into these upcoming games because we definitely got to let you know what's coming in here soon. Let's get to it, Pong. Are you ready?
Let's get to it. I am ready. Shout out to El Nini real quick, too. Already pre-ordered the $450 edition of Armored Core 6. Brother.
You a big dog. All right, El
Yes.
Nini. I see you.
Yes.
See,
and you know Steel and I are hyped for Armor Core 6.
Hey,
Steel's already calling it his game of the year. So
I am. It's already. I mean, Diablo 4 is going to have a big run for its money when Armor Core drop. I'm not even going to lie to y'all, especially if it's because we're here recently, we got some more news that it's going to actually have be very kin to what Armor Core has always been, as far as having access to customization, parts, and they made sure to iterate that once again. So me and Pong were talking about a little in the background that I don't know if this game is gonna be as noob friendly as we thought.
no accessibility. We'll see. We'll see what From does. But it may be everything we thought it was going to be, and that means that there's going to be a lot of people that try it and go, what is going on? Because you do have to pay attention to Armor Core 6. It's going to be interesting to see. And yes, Nix, there was 2 different collector's editions of Armor Core 6. One came simply with the mech.
Yes.
And then there was the
I might get that
for one that El Nini's talking about that came with the whole, what would you call it, Steel? Like their holding tank? For the mechs, the launch bay
or whatever the case
might
be.
Launch bay. Yeah, it came with a giant launch bay.
I wanted to call it a warehouse.
Warehouse.
It's not a full warehouse. It's like a launch bay.
Launch bay is probably the best way to put it. Yeah. So incredible. All right. So upcoming week of games, again, smaller list again this week. This is going to be short and sweet. Because again, it is E3 time. We're getting announcements left and right. Most of the time, games don't launch around this time. So this is definitely going to be a shorter list. And if I don't have any from Game Informer and you guys know, please let me know about that. But other than that, let's get into this. This is going to be the week of the 12th of June, of course, already. Here we go, Steel. God, I can't believe
PTK.
I always say this, man. PTK Blam in the house. PTK Blam is going to be in LA.
Live from the showcase.
Not already. Live. He's got to be. So, PTK Blam, have a great time. And again, remember.
Be safe, please.
Remember, if Todd's there, you know what to do, PTK.
Give him a hug.
And I'll owe you a favor forever. So, again.
A handy?
All right. No, not that type of favor. I'm not going to go that far.
A picture?
Okay. Yeah, no. I'll owe him one when I go to a different show and one of his favorite devs are out there. Okay,
gotcha.
All right. So, anyways, week of June 12th. Here we go. We got Dordogne starting off the list. This we've seen this one. This is that hand-painted kind of adventure game from Focus. Focus Entertainment is publishing a lot of games, Steel.
Yeah, they
are. Holy cow. They are a big publisher this year. Giant publisher this year. Focus Entertainment, developed by Un Je ne sais quoi. Okay. So obviously a French, it looks like a hand-painted type of adventure. That at least from the cover. So it's got that aesthetic. It's not going to look like that in game, but it's got that aesthetic. Cute little girl seems to be going on some kind of adventure. This is going to be on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC.
A real quick shout out. Yo,
yeah.
Remake Station 5. I appreciate you coming through, but I had to say that name because I thought it was the most funniest thing I've seen.
That's awesome.
Shout out to you, Remake Station.
And yes, actually, I'm looking at the game now, and it does look that way. The backgrounds look hand painted with a 3D aspect to it. Looks really cool. So go check out Dordogne. That is on June the 13th. And then we've got Crime Boss Rockay City coming to console. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, June the 15th. This is the one with all the big name actors, extremely campy. It's been out on PC, didn't get great reviews. Yeah. We'll see how it shows up on console. Published by 505 Games. This is a game I will buy on sale at some point just to rock through because I like these campy type of games. Again, these games remind me of the 360 era where we got stuff like this. And I like games that other people don't. You know that. I'll play badly reviewed games if they have an interest to me. This one has an interest to me just from all the actors in it. And I'll eventually go through it when it's super cheap, right? Or eventually shows up on Game Pass, one of the two. But Crime Boss, Rockay City coming out this week to console. We've got Jack Jean coming to Switch on June the 15th. This is from Broccoli, published by Broccoli.
Adventure game.
It's an adventure game. It's got an anime aesthetic to it. Have no idea. There's no links to any websites or anything.
Yeah.
So this is one of those small games coming out of nowhere. Go check out Jack Jean. Layers of Fear coming out to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC on June the 15th. This,
Bloober team.
of course, is from Bloober. That's right. So
right.
Layers of Fear. I don't know if that one's still coming
Not
out or
playing
not.
it.
I haven't heard anything
Not
about
playing
it.
it.
No, I'm not playing it
Not
anyway.
playing that
It's even
shit.
coming out. But anyways, Layers of Fear 2023. Let's see if my internet wants to cooperate. Let's see here. Let's go back.
Mine all of a sudden too. Maybe it's Game Informer. I don't know.
It's probably Game Informer. Game. Let's try to.
Sappho says, if I remember, isn't Sony remaking Horizon Zero Dawn? There hasn't been any official announcements on that. They are making a multiplayer version of Horizon, so maybe that's what you're thinking about, Sappho.
There is a rumor. That they're going to do a remake. That Zero Dawn's.
Oh, there was that.
Yes,
okay, so
there is a rumor rolling around.
It's still a rumor. No, nothing official. If we go based off of what they've done previously, I would expect it.
Yep.
But
no
also,
dip down anime. Neither one of us play horror games.
Yeah, no. We're not doing that, man. Again,
you see what we're playing in the background, Dead Space. That's like as horror as Steel and I go because we got lots of weapons, right? That's always the thing. If you give me lots of weapons, lots of way to kill things, and I'm not running out of ammo every other room, we're good. I'll play through it.
And even Dead Space 3 has some
moments. The one moment you clipped is still one of the best moments of all time. We open it. Anybody who doesn't see it, it's not gonna. Whatever. You had to be there, but Steele did clip it and post it.
Yeah, dude.
Listen, we were at an elevator. We had cleared out a spot. We were going back in the elevator. And Steele and I both know, you can see it in the video, that we're always ready to be prepared to be jumped at any moment in Dead Space. So you see us go up to the elevator and you see us back off and the door opens up and sure enough, this thing comes through instantaneously out the elevator door and we lit that thing up so much that it flew back into the elevator and the doors closed. It was straight out of a movie. It was absolutely hilarious. We were dying for like 5 minutes. We didn't even go anywhere else. We just sat there and we're laughing because it was great. All right. So where were we? Layers of Fear. F123 launches this week on June the 16th. Big franchise. Still a ton of people love F123. I played a bit of F1 2022 and I was kind of shocked by how much they have in it. Because they've got regular, they got supercars in it too that you can race, and they got drifting, and they got all sorts of stuff in there. F123 coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC June the 16th. So shout out to all you F1 fans. I know this is still a big release for them, and a lot of people play it, especially over in Europe. F1 is huge.
All right, Fifth.
What?
Fifth. He said he's about to dip out. Yeah.
Later, Fifth, man. Enjoy the showcase wherever you're going to watch it at. If you're watching it, man, it's going to be a great week. We'll see you soon. Park Beyond coming June the 16th. This is from Bandai Namco, Limbic Entertainment. This, of course, is theme park simulation at its finest. What? Wow, what?
No, it's just I wasn't expecting for this to come from Bandai.
Yeah, haven't you seen it?
No,
we saw
I
this. We saw this earlier in the year. Park Beyond. Yeah, no, this is, if you're in a theme park simulation, I've been playing theme park sims since PlayStation 1, right? So
I used to, yeah.
I love theme park simulations at certain levels. I still get enjoyment. So Park Beyond looks really good. Like they've gone up and beyond on this one. Definitely invested some money in it. So go check out Park Beyond if you're into that game. June the 16th. It is coming out for, again, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. That is everything I've got on the Game Informer list. The following week, Steel, we got another game I'm really gonna excited.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah. So, anyways,
So Back from the Dead says, so Pong Soul. So I guess even as much as you love Bethesda, Evil Within is a no-go.
Yes, that is correct, sir. Yes. I do not do Evil Within.
I don't care how great
I started Evil Within 2, and I was like, nope. First 15 minutes, I was like, nope, not doing this. I'm not gonna put myself through this. I don't get enjoyment out of being terrified. It just isn't my thing whatsoever. I can do movies to a certain degree, but interactive stuff that's scary, I just can't do. So,
and games, especially recently,
yeah,
have done them really well. Even like Hellblade in some sessions has some moments where it's just like it could be creepy, right? Where you got the headphones on, you're involved in the experience. But then when you get into your like real scary games where like that's the point of the game is to be scary, what makes you think that, like, what is the enjoyment in that? I personally don't get it. But, you know, I'm not here to judge anybody for just wanting to be scared all the time, you know, or maybe you like that little bit of a thrill. And I'm not even necessarily saying that I'm scared per se, but it's just more so like, maybe it's because of some of the things I've seen in real life. And again, sure, I'm more of a spiritual person, so there's that too.
Well, and I believe in that stuff. So,
and I do too. So it's just right. Maybe that has a part of it. But this just when a game is done well and it hits all those elements just right. I mean, even the first Dead Space, when I played through it, it just made me tense all the time because I never knew what was going to happen until, you know, I figured out the game has that old school mechanic where I haven't seen that in Dead Space 3 yet. It's just kind of been fucking random. Like enemy will just pop up out of nowhere, and I'm always just ready to be on go. And of course, you get adjusted to those things over time or whatever the case. But that's not for me. No, I'm not playing Alan Wake 2 either. No, I'm good. Nah,
Alan Wake 2 I will play. Alan Wake 2 I will play.
I don't know.
Psychological horror doesn't affect me as much. Again, I played the first, although they've said they've changed up a lot of the Alan Wake formula, that there's not going to be waves of enemies, that this is going to be more selective. It's more slow going. It's more Resident Evil style. I'm still interested in playing Alan Wake 2, absolutely, because I love the story and I love Remedy and I love what they do over there. So psychologically, I can handle that stuff. Now, we did see some jump scare stuff in the gameplay, stuff that Steele and I both would probably put down the controller for a minute. Yeah, Deer Man coming through the wall was extra special. But I still think I'm going to jump into Alan Wake 2 at some point. Again, I'm going to be traveling space for months, so I'm not going to be picking up Alan Wake 2 day one. Not going to be picking up Mortal Kombat 1 day one. But I'll eventually get to Alan Wake 2 for sure. Hey, I got to play Alan Wake the remake too. I want to go back to Alan Wake the remake. Yeah.
And Dip Down, and I get that. He says it's like a thrill. It's a thrill, like a roller coaster, and I get that. But it's like that Outlast game, right?
Yeah.
What enjoyment do I get from somebody chasing me? Like, I knowingly, if I turn my camera around, there's somebody there. Like, I couldn't even play Slender Man like that. I was so when I got that third page in Slender Man, when that shit first came out, and then this motherfucker just popped up behind, like I turned the direction, he was just, I put the controller there. I stopped playing. I was like, yeah, I'm cool. I don't need to play this.
That reminds me that there is a game coming out this week that wasn't on that list, Steele. It's that, because I was thinking about it when I was watching the trailer, the release trailer, that it would be hilarious for you and I to stream it together and how bad it would be. It's that Alien one.
Alien one?
Yeah, it's the one where the aliens come down. It's got the grays in it. And then it's in that farm, and you got to investigate. What is the name of it? God dang it! It's coming out this week. I know it is because I saw the trailer. Xbox Alien game launching.
Yeah, 3-Bit said he made a Slender Man game years ago. Shout out to you, 3-Bit. Hey, that's pretty dope. Yeah, man.
What is the name of that game? Somebody tell me in chat. You guys know what it is. You guys remember? It's the aliens. It's the game where it's like first person perspective, and you got to investigate these aliens landing on this farm, and they're grays. If you guys know what the gray aliens are with the big eyes, and they're walking around, and you gotta find out what's happening, and you meet some weird NPCs.
Jasper says Gray Hill Incident.
Gray Hill Incident. Thank you, Lore Master Jasper. I knew you'd come through for me. Yeah, that one is coming out this week as well, folks. It's coming out on everything, I believe.
Does it have reviews already, Nick? Nick says it's getting awful reviews.
Oh, I'm sure it's getting awful reviews. You can look at the gameplay and know that it's going to be just not good. But enough people are going to stream this because it looks freaky as hell because the grays are just following you around, Steel, and they're doing the slow walk. They're not really running, but they're on top of you, and you don't have a lot of ammo in this one. So yeah, No, it looks
Oh God, that sounds so terrible.
it is. Yeah.
Jesse says, "Oh no, we got a PlayStation fanboy, MGB, trying to predict
Thanks,
the
Nick.
Xbox showcase." Hey, everybody can go out there and try to predict whatever they want. Again, a lot of people like to talk about other platforms and the platform they actually play. That's interesting. Nick says it's getting bashed still, but it's a different type of game.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, and people bash things all the time. It's just like the Prince of Persia trailer that we've seen this week. Apparently has has more dislikes than it has likes, so whichever the case. And again, for Prince of Persia, people are gonna like what people aren't gonna like what they aren't gonna like, and they're gonna like what they like. It's one of those things to where you can't make everybody happy, but you can only hope that the game ends up being that the games come out and release well, right? That's what I hope for. I don't try to look too far into it. And if I'm interested in it, that adds a little extra of an element to it. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And then we'll go from there. All right. So with the upcoming games out of the way, the chat in here looking really slick. And yeah, I agree with you, but Prince of Persia did look really slick. And again, I mean, people were probably expecting the third person version of Prince of Persia. That behind the camera, how Prince of Persia used to be. There is a good point that was put out there that I even forgot about. And I did play the game back in the day. Prince of Persia did start off as 2D. So seeing them go back to that and just iterate on it in a way that the game looks beautiful, the combat looks pretty dope. I'm interested in it, so I might give it a run. So, and I typically don't jump into those style of games anymore. But we'll see. Again, and I think the other thing too is that maybe people, because it's what I thought too, is that because the art style was kind of similar, that the team that was working on the Prince of Persia that is being remade, essentially, I thought this was their updated version of that game, because what they showed last time at the Ubisoft showcase wasn't that great. You know what I mean? It looked very mobile-ish. It looked very 360-ish for a new gen game, for a remake especially. So, and I thought this was a game, and it's not. It's being made by a different team, so maybe there's a little bit of that going on. I thought it looked dope. The character that's in that Prince of Persia game, I thought he fit the environment. He looked like he's from that area, which is the biggest thing for me that I care about in those types of in games and just in representation overall. Like, it's like that. What's that movie, The Gods of Egypt or whatever? I felt so weird about that movie, because it's like, why do we keep making these Egypt movies and not having people that can actually, one, play, like, really sell the role, or two, even fucking represent the area well? Like, I'm not saying the area, it's just crazy, bro. Like, it's crazy.
It was still a great movie.
It was all right. It was all right. I liked the graphics in it. I thought that was I like what they did with I like how they made the gods look and whatnot. Outside of that, I thought the movie was kind of average.
Yeah, loved it. I'm easy to please with movies, though.
Yeah, I mean, I typically am too, but it's whatever. I don't overly. It's not like I'm sitting here like, oh man. Nah, I don't really care. It is what it is. Nonetheless. All right, so we gotta get into, I think we should start off, hitting it over the top of the head with the Summer Game Fest showcase.
Time mark, please.
That is going to be at 1 hour and 23 minutes.
Thank you.
Summer Game Fest, man, came out this week. Jeff Keighley came through and gave us a little something to be hyped for. Gods of Egypt, that's what it was, starring Jamie Lannister. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Strange. But nonetheless, Jeff Keighley returned to do a summer showcase, and I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I was overly hyped. I don't know. But I was expecting for a little bit more to come into the show than what was presented, right? And not to say that there wasn't some good games shown, not to say that the pacing wasn't pretty solid, because I do feel that, not to say that The presentation wasn't great. I feel like they were. But the lack of, I feel like there was a lack of some game content in there. I would have liked a little bit more, maybe some heavier hitting games, or maybe it was just the placement of some of the games and how they went into it. Overall, up front, I gave the show about a 7 out of 10, mainly for the pacing because it kept me engaged the whole time. And I still found some things that I found that I had some great interest in, like the Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay, like Sonic Superstars. And although it's super unfortunate, it's kind of like again, I don't know what it is about Sony in concept art, but you show concept art for Factions, and you show concept art for Spider-Man, and you had me so full. I thought the screenshot that you took was from the game. I had to find out afterwards. My guys went behind the scenes and said, "Hey, Stale, by the way, that's concept art." And when they showed Venom, bro, like, and again, I saw some people, kind of like downplaying it, like, "Oh, well, it's concept art. We don't know if that's that's how Venom's going to really look like." Guys, they've also released the collector's edition, what that's going to look like. And it looks exactly the same as the statue. Like that concept art and the statue. And if we get the game and it doesn't look like either one of those, then Insomniac is the worst dev ever. All of a sudden they've become the worst if that happens. I don't expect that. But nonetheless, when they showed the concept art of Miles, Peter, and Venom all in one shot, I was just over the moon because Venom looks exactly how I wanted him to. He looks he looks at least 10 times better than the new Tom Hardy Venom. Although I give him some respect for being live action. I feel like they did really well with that, and I respect Tom Hardy as an actor. I think he sold that role really well personally, and I can't wait to see more from him. But it had me over the moon. Venom looks exactly like I wanted him to. Again, I still haven't seen enough to say, hey, I need to get a PlayStation 5 for this game, and I can't just justify one game to be the reason. At least not this one game, unfortunately. Even as much as I love Spider-Man, as much as I love Venom, it's just because the previous game, the previous game wasn't even a reason why I jumped into the PlayStation ecosystem anyway, and the PlayStation 4. I would be more so willing to hold off, wait for it to come to PC at some point. Because we know that's going to end up happening. I do think it's going to end up being a lot sooner than people are expecting. Definitely within the year of its release. 6 months to a year after release. So then I'm gonna play it in its full breadth, DLC and all. Because that's the one thing, me going back to it on PC after beating it the second time. And I don't, again, ladies and gentlemen, I always make this statement. I never play single player games again. I never do it. I play on the hardest difficulty for a reason. I want to experience the full breadth of the game. I spend over typically 50 to 100 hours plus in these environments because gaming is art and should be treated as such. And I typically don't go back. And the fact that I was able to go back with when Spider-Man came to PC and still enjoyed that experience speaks leaps and bounds, but it's not enough for me to get an entire console full. Nonetheless, I do feel the show was solid. Again, I don't think that this was proper representation of a replacement for E3, as some people were trying to either hint at, or if Jeff Keighley, he was so quick to hop on that trigger when E3 got canceled to say that, oh, well, here's Summer Game Fest. And then to have this show that the way that it was presented, it's just like, I don't get what is missing. Maybe Jeff doesn't have the right people behind the scenes, or I don't know. What you think? What you think?
It's impossible to replicate E3 because it was one big tent that everybody gathered around, right?
Exactly.
Still, and now people are having their own shows, right? We're getting Capcom next week, right? We're getting all these we got Ubisoft next week. all these other companies are doing their own digital events now. So Keeley can only grab so much, right? If everybody else outside of like Xbox doing their own showcase was going to Keeley and Keeley's Summer Games Fest was that one big tent, then yeah, I think you would have more of that feel. But Keeley's got to grab what he can. And not everybody's going to give him everything, right? That's how this now works. So he will never be that direct replacement to E3. He just can't be. It's going to be impossible when these companies are now moving forward with their own things. So I think that's why you have that feeling, Steele. I think Keeley has positioned himself the best way that he could, considering the situation. I think that he is a man of opportunity. There's no question about that. He is, every time that E3 had bad news, he was there with the Summer Games Fest.
Yeah.
But he still isn't going to be that one Big Ten. He never will be. So therefore, I think he's doing the best he can with what he's got. And again, for some people, it's not going to be enough. For some people, it's going to be meh. For some people who only want to see the big AAAs all the time, yeah, he's not going to have all that. He's going to have a mix, and it's going to be a big mix, and he's going to have his advertisements, right? And he's going to have his celebs. That's kind of Keeley. That's his thing. So, to expect a direct replacement, I just don't think is ever going to happen. I just don't think he's going to get that big.
Yeah. So. And Robert Don 202 says, I'm so interested in who's Venom since it's not Eddie Brock. I think making Craven Venom would be a waste. And I'm going to say this again, Robert Don. I don't, maybe people didn't play 2018 Spider-Man to completion. Maybe you didn't beat it on PC when it released there. But the game kind of tells you the direction that they were going in, especially without, since they didn't introduce Goblin or Hobgoblin to the story yet, which is typically one of the first villains that Spider-Man kind of goes through, other than Dr. Octopus or Doc Ock. So, there's that to consider, but spoiler warning here, say it now, the game's been out for some time, so spoiler warning here, I think it's going to be Harry. Based off how the game ended, Harry was sick. That was kind of the whole premise behind a lot of the game. Peter's his best friend was sick. He thought he went off on some vacation or whatever, and that's what's going on with that. And lo and behold, his dad is Norman, has him in an incubator chamber with black goo on him, right? They don't directly say it's a symbiote or anything like that, but he does make a statement like, that this was his way of trying to save his son. So I think that's really interesting. Again, this is how they're, it's going to be very tropey, right? Look at Peter Parker dealing with his demons. But anyway, that's a whole different conversation. I want to turn this into a Spider-Man, spoiler show or Spider-Man show, nonetheless. But that's kind of the direction I'm expecting them to go. But get back on topic with Summer Games Fest. I agree with you, Paul. It is going to be very difficult for Jeff Keighley to kind of, or Geoff, to kind of replace that show. And it's so weird when he tries to play it off like he can. And again, he should, right? He's trying to sell his brand, trying to sell his idea out there, and he has been doing it well. And I know a lot of people get disappointed when they see branding and all advertisements and things like that. But Jeff Keighley's not a billionaire, guys. Like, I don't even know if he's a millionaire or got money like that. To just be paid to pay for the show and not have those types of things there that help pay for the show, right? And that's always going to be something that I can't ignore because I am familiar with how business works, right? Being in the corporate world, in real life, being in customer service, sales, and all those things, and that's dealing with different corporations and whatnot. It's part of it, man.
Right? And that's why E3 was so expensive, Steele.
Right.
Right. That's why E3 failed, is because they made all the companies foot the bill for the space, for all of that stuff, right? Because
they were overcharging too.
Right, they were way overcharging. But again, this stuff is expensive to put on. Yeah. Keighley supplements that with the advertisers, right? That's how he does it. That's how he has to do it. That's how most big productions do it, right? Nowadays, it's advertising, right? You're selling space. So, again, that's how the Super Bowl sells advertising space, right? That's like, it's part of the production costs, and Keeley has to cover them. They, like you said, Steele, he's not doing this out of the goodness of his heart. This is still a business at the end of the day. So
yeah, I mean, it does mess up the show in some ways, but again, because I'm not overly critical on shows all the time, and like, oh, if it's not just games, I'm gonna have a problem. No, like PlayStation should do that, Xbox should do that, Nintendo should do that. Other shows outside of that aren't those publishers, like, there's no reason for their not to be ads be there, right? You got to sell it. You got to get people interested. It's going to be something that a lot of the common user base is going to end up seeing. So again, it's got to pay for it somehow, and that's the best. And that's one of the best ways to do it. There was a lot of games shown here, though. I don't know if you kind of want to go down the list, Pong, or what. I can kind of run through it kind of quickly. It doesn't look like
we could run through the list and stop on some of the big ones, and we'll just move. We don't have to cover every single one. I mean, obviously. So go ahead.
I'll go down the list. This is going to be from digitaltrends.com. This article was written by Thomas Franzese. Shout out to you, Thomas. Appreciate you putting this article out there. It says everything announced at Summer Games Fest Kickoff 2023. So let's get into these upcoming. Let me just get this
upcoming games.
Yeah, upcoming games. Let's go to upcoming games again. No, I wanted to get to our show stuff screen. So there is that.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's in order, but we'll see. No, it might be. It might be. Prince of Persia, the Lost Crown. Excuse me. That's the one that started it off. We talked about that a little bit. I thought it looked interesting. And it is going to be a 2D platformer, more so action based. But it looks like a lot of fun. Metroidvania style, for sure.
Yep, Metroidvania style. January 18th, 2024 is the release date on this one. I don't understand the hate. I know some people are trying to blame the music choice, and we're getting into that.
Is it the music choice? Hold on.
I didn't like the narrative. I didn't like the music choice personally. Again, I like hip hop, so it's not a problem for me. I know some people are trying to run. I can't stand where we're at tribalism wise right now, Steel, because everything gets burnt down to this level. Anyways, I think some people wanted the old Prince of Persia, number one, or the older Prince of Persias when they became popular with the 3D style versus the 2D style. I think some people had a problem with that. I think some people have a problem with Ubisoft in general, and it's cool to hate on Ubisoft games no matter what they are now. Obviously, we've been critical of Ubisoft in the direction they've been going. So I think that's a part of it as well. But overall, I really liked what I saw out of this. I'm not the biggest Prince of Persia guy. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I've been hyped for the Prince of Persia remake or anything like that. The thing is that this game, a lot of people don't know, is being made by the Rayman Legends team.
Oh, I'm going to like the game. I'm going to like the game.
Right. That's a beloved game, right?
That's all I need to know.
So, yeah.
It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a fucking good game.
A really good game.
Again, if you guys didn't know, if you guys haven't played Rayman Legends, you're fucking tripping. Like, that's a fucking good game. Right. Like, and if I didn't know it was made being, yeah, I'm gonna play this game. I'm definitely gonna play it because Rayman Legends was really good. But again, I'm also like slightly biased because Rayman was my guy when I was coming up.
Was your dude? Yeah, no, for sure. So again, all the hate, I think it's just a regular hate train for Ubisoft at this point. I think that's what happens nowadays, and so I just think that Ubisoft can't listen to this one. They've listened to too many in the past and put their games away. Some correctly, but I think this one they just got to push out the door January 18th, get it out there, and I think that people will absolutely fall in love with what they see here. I think there's going to definitely be an audience for this Prince of Persia, and I think it looks fantastic. So again, music aside, I would have chosen something different for this style of game, but whatever, Ubisoft's trying to get the younger crowd in. Hip-hop is very, very large. You can't deny it, so that portion of it is what it is, but I think overall the game showed well here, Steel, and again, hearing that the Rayman's Legend team is on it, like you said, that's you can put quality on this because that Rayman Legend team knows what they're doing. So I believe that this one will be a great polished game for sure when it comes out.
Let me see. I want to listen to the music real quick because I never paid attention to it.
You didn't pay attention to it?
Times of darkness.
I didn't think anything was wrong with them. Yeah, you're listening back to it now.
Yeah. I just would have chosen more.
By the way, Who said that was trap? Knicks, that's not trap music. That's not trap music that they use for that. Unless there's a different, they changed the song all of a sudden or whatever the case might be. That's not trap music. I don't know what that is. That sounds like somebody who made a record for this game, who made a record for this trailer.
Made a song specifically.
I mean, again, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm not familiar with the artist. That's not somebody that I would listen to per se. And again, I don't see that. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. I think it fit what they showed pretty solidly. I mean, again, there's music is so subjective that you can
so subjective
that you can say anything. But
I would have just put dramatic, classical style, grand orchestra type music with this type of game, with the setting and that kind of stuff.
It would have raised it that additional level.
That's just me.
Fit the mood
right?
better.
And again, people are just. Whatever. We're not going to get into tribalism.
I think this game will end up being probably about $30-$40 Ray Oy. I saw you right there.
Yeah. This is going to be a smaller price game from Ubisoft. This won't be full priced. So for sure. And I think it's going to fall in that dollar. It better. Otherwise, I'll be back here going, Ubisoft, what are you doing trying to charge $70 for this? No. This has got to be one of their smaller titles. So for sure.
Well, Nix, when you say it's attracting the younger trap music crowd, but that's what I'm pointing out to you. That is not appealing to the trap music crowd. Nobody who likes that type of music, trust me, I can like that type of music. It's not what I prefer to listen to all the time, but that trap music would have fit that better than that did. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably found that music corny. I didn't overthink it, man. But maybe it's just me because I don't typically just sit there and be like, man, this is completely trash because the music's not right. I do agree with Pong, though. A better placement of music, especially because of the aesthetic that you're going for. Maybe something more akin to classic Prince of Persia. Maybe pull some of the theme music out of that.
Classic.
I think that would have really
remixed classic Prince of Persia music would have been really cool.
That would have really hit.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, that's Prince of Persia Lost Crown deep dive.
It's all right. It was one of the big shows. I mean, it was a surprise to say the least. So we didn't know that we were going to get Prince of Persia. So.
And Tim, I didn't know that. He said I was under the assumption that most of Rayman's Legends team went to Insomniac. That would surprise me. Damn, I didn't know that.
I wouldn't doubt that a lot of people have left the original Rayman Legends team for sure.
Oh, yeah,
but it is that team that's working on this. And like I said, looking at the trailer, not playing the game just from a pure
looks good.
Viewing it, the animations were on point. The fast-paced, frenetic action was on point. Everything looked really polished from that trailer. Again, until we actually get our hands on it, we won't know. But I just think that team is still quality. If a large portion of the team is left, I still think that there's got to be some people still in place there. That's how I look at it. It's not like BioWare, where literally every single top person at BioWare is gone. I don't think that's happened yet, but I wouldn't doubt that a lot of people went to Insomniac.
And then Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay debut. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I said this last time, I'm going to say it again. Just when you thought Ed Boon couldn't take it up another notch, my God, did he take it up another notch. This is so crazy, the fact that he was able to, again, reinvigorate the franchise. I never had a doubt, but I do feel like this gameplay debut settled a lot of maybe worry that people had. And it was exactly like me and Pong predicted. The game literally looks just like what they showed, right? Which is super dope. The environments, the stages have so much depth to them that it's crazy. They're super beautiful. The combat seems like it's going to be much faster. The tag system is something more akin to, because a lot of people were making some different references. I more so taking akin to like Naruto Ninja Storm. What I mean by that is the tag system that they seemingly have in place is a lot of the characters that you can use as support characters, you can't use as official characters. They do that for a reason. It helps with balancing and things. But if that's the case and they approach it that way, it's going to add so much dynamicism to the game itself. And I mean, it could make it more complicated, but nonetheless, it added an additional interest from me, at least, as somebody who I put about 100 hours into Mortal Kombat 11. Maybe not that many. It's probably closer to like 60 60, 70 hours into Mortal Kombat 11, and I really enjoyed what I played out of that. Though I didn't stick with it because the online experience was completely terrible. And somebody said recently that they had fucking rollback netcode in Mortal Kombat 11, and I was like, I don't know about that, because that online experience, unless something changed, and I hadn't played it since like damn near the first 3 months it released, 6 months it released. And I played some of and I played the DLC, so there's that. So I definitely jumped into it sometime after that, but my online experiences weren't that great. It felt really laggy, didn't feel responsive. And I hate that about fighting games. It's the worst thing that you can do, is especially since since couch co-op or fighting like your buddies coming over and you guys like having that 1v1 session isn't really a thing anymore. And everything is more so online. There's no worse feeling than getting into an online game and it doesn't feel the way that it should. The other thing that gets me excited about MK1 is that there's the origin story, like what they did with Millennia. I like that, right? Where it's like they show her, she looks normal, and she's like, oh, because the disease or whatever, you're gonna look this way, and show her with the teeth and everything. You're adding the additional backdrop to a lot of what we used to wonder and speculate about when I was younger, right? When these, when they started getting to 6, 7, on, and they started really developing the story for the game. That's when you got games like Armageddon, Shaolin Monks, and things to that nature. A lot of that we used to have, they're getting back into that, and they're changing some characters in this new timeline. So that's also dope. They got another thing that I thought was super dope to me, again, me being a fan of just martial arts and especially of the movies and everything. They got Jean-Claude Van Damme in here, man, as playing as Johnny Cage. What better person to represent that character, right? That's like, when I think about it, that's low-key something that I've always thought about. Like, damn, why don't they get Jean-Claude to play Johnny? Like, I always thought about that, but I kind of like never put that towards the forefront because I don't know, just don't think about it. I just don't think about it that deep. But when they actually do it, and he looks not only like the character and he's voiced everything, bro. I think John, I think I might mess around with Johnny Cage a little bit this time around, just for that reason. I love me some Jean-Claude Van Damme, man. He's fucking super dope dude. But nonetheless, yeah, Mortal Kombat 1 is extremely exciting. It is going to be the fighter that I get into. This is one that I would rather play over Street Fighter, right? Street Fighter just doesn't hit that note for me, and more I see from that gameplay, it solidifies it more and more for me that I just I'm not interested in that. Right. And I'm also like dumb hype for Tekken 8 right now. So that's the other thing that's part of that. But Mortal Kombat 1 is definitely probably maybe day one for me, but I'll be interested. Paul, I mean, how did you feel about Mortal Kombat, man? I mean, did you like what you saw?
Yeah, stole the show. Absolutely 100%. Shout out to 3-Bit, brother 3-Bit, of course. Anybody who doesn't know, he actually develops games. He's worked for Playground and Ubisoft, amongst others. 3-Bit's a good dude, and he just put it in there. I watched MK in 4K. It looks absolutely incredible. Can see them using lumen lighting for UE5 pretty clearly, and meta human faces. So shout out for the little insight there, 3-Bit. Brother from another coming through today, as always, with the great knowledge. Yeah, this stole the show, like out the gate. Like nothing was gonna top Mortal Kombat 1. Shout out to Ed Boon, NetherRealm Studios, for doing exactly what, as you stated, Steel, we expected them to do, for the in-game gameplay to look similar to the trailer, as they always pull off, but also from what we've seen, again, until we get hands-on, we never know, but from what we saw in there, taking it to another level as far as the smoothness, the transitions, the animations of the actual fighting being very, very seamless, the clean look to the environments in the background. And again, when you think that they can't do any more with the fatalities, Ed Boon and NetherRealm prove us all wrong. Like the combo fatalities, like
crazy, bro.
What? And then also, like you said, Steel, the throwback to the old Mortal Kombat, right? The throwbacks, bringing back the old outfits.
Yeah.
Doing that kind of stuff, resetting this entire world. Again, I know not a lot of people, some people, I should say, not a lot, but some people weren't unhappy with it being called Mortal Kombat 1 Steel. I know you had some reservations about doing that again, but I think it does fit now that we've seen it, right? This is a true reset, like start over, new world, Scorpion and Sub-Zero being brothers, all of that stuff is absolutely incredible. And again, this is coming from a guy who is not a fighter sweaty, who is not a competitive fighting guy. I am a button masher. I play for the single player experience, but the stories that they're bringing into this Steel, I want to see how they evolve.
Yeah.
I want to see how this goes through. I'm very interested. Again, I won't be day one. I'll be traveling space. I'm not buying Mortal Kombat day one. I will buy it on sale down the road to play through it. Because again, I don't need to be in the competitive scene. I don't need that. Hey, I need to get in there and start working on my game. None of that. But Mortal Kombat 1, as far as the Summer Games Fest goes, stole the show. Ed Boon's going to knock it out of the park. I don't know if you saw yesterday, Steel.
He showed some more.
Yeah, they showed some more, and I think was it Okami Games that posted, or was it? I can't remember who posted it. Oh, God, man. Anyway, sorry. I always like to give credit when I see things. Somebody posted the views on trailers from Summer Games Fest so far, and Mortal Kombat was leading the way with 6.8 million views already. This game is going to be, it's going to be another massive seller. It's been carrying the fighting genre for a long time in terms of popularity, especially after Street Fighter went exclusive to PlayStation for Street Fighter V. Mortal Kombat has just been crushing it nonstop. This is going to be no different. One of the biggest games of the year. Shout out to everybody who's going to get this day one, because you guys are in for a treat. No doubt about it. It just looks great. And my God, a young Raiden is back, Steel.
Bro, he looks fire.
Oh, he looks so good.
Raiden is my guy, bro. It's because of that obsession with lightning and thunder. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I used to make people upset with Raiden. People used to ask me like, bro, why do you use Raiden? I'm like, what do you mean why do I use Raiden? He's cool. He's like, fucking got the lightning all over the place. He's like, no, man, you mad annoying with him. I was like, what do you mean? I'm not even doing the corny shit that people do, like flying across the map and make. I'm pretty sure people remember every time that Raiden used to do his little flying jump attack. I was like, yo, that used to be such a fucking amazing thing.
Look at that. Ah, God, it looks so good, Steel. Jacob Novick. I know Ed Boon said it's not a reset, but it is within the story itself. That was the whole ending of 11, right?
Yes.
That the world was being
said that,
reset. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about the game as a reboot or a reset. What I'm saying is that the timeline actually is, right? Because it is the beginning of a new world, right? That was the whole point of 11, the ending, and that's what it falls into. So
yes.
If you misunderstood the way I was using it, I'm not saying that they're rebooting the franchise per se. It's a continuation of 11. It's a continuation of the story, but the world itself is starting anew. That's what this is.
And who said it? Freak. Nix, he says, did Boone mention that MK1 will have crossplay? Yes, he did. He said on stage it will have crossplay, cross progression, cross everything, which is also extremely dope, because that means more people than ever are going to play this game. And as long as it has full rollback net code and the online experience is top notch, then I think we're in tow to have one of the greatest fighter experiences that we're going to have this year. Unless Tekken 8 releases this year also, which it doesn't have a solid date on yet, which is extremely interesting because Tekken 8 has been showing a lot of gameplay. Like
they're going
a lot of
testing
gameplay
too. They're going in closed testing too, Steel. I don't know if you saw that when
I did see that. I signed up for it in July, I believe.
I knew you would. Yeah. So they're going in closed testing. We could have a surprise Tekken 8 at the end of the year.
I think we will, and we probably should, unless again, I put so much faith in the Tekken, bro. Like there hasn't been a single Tekken that's been bad. So like in that concept, if you need to push it out to next year, great, do that. But then if we get Soul Calibur and Tekken going head to head next year, If that, it's just to say if that happens, nobody knows if Soul Calibur's coming, but it's kind of one of those things where I kind of expect Soul Calibur to come because it has been some time, and we've literally have heard nothing about Soul Calibur. And Soul Calibur is also one of the mainstay fighting games that it doesn't go missing for very long, and it's kind of crazy that we haven't heard anything from that IP in a minute.
And Bandai is watching.
Oh, they're on it.
Resurgence and Soul Calibur and Dead or Alive. When do we get a new Dead or Alive?
Oh, Dead or Alive would be dope too, bro.
Bro,
that hey, again, I'm gonna be in fighter heaven. I might have to start a YouTube channel just for that. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna be right here on Live Split Screen. Much love. Next, Tekken 8, I'm confident will be out before next year's Evo event. Yeah, potentially.
Like I said, the way they're showing it off and the way they're testing it, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Then Sonic Superstars, a new cooperative 2D platformer. Sonic, man. It's a take on
Digital really go out of order like that? Really?
On what?
Did they go that? I thought they were in order. Oh, okay. Never mind. All right. Go ahead.
They went all over the place.
We'll get the big ones first. They're going through the big ones first.
Which isn't a problem. Sonic Superstars, again, it looks really dope. I think this is going to be a game that I actually end up picking up to play with my daughters and whatnot, so we can get that full breadth of that classic Sonic experience. Brand new look, basically taking the older games, and there's a lot of new things that they're adding to this one also. But it's 4-player co-op that they're gonna have in this too. Got all the good characters: Amy, Knuckles, Tails, Sonic, of course. And I think it's going to be a super dope game to play. Wasn't expecting to see something like this, to see that the Sonic is still standing strong. I hope that this game does pretty well, especially going back to its roots, being that 2D platformer that people fell in love with from the beginning. It looks like it's going to hit some great notes, man. So, how did you feel about Sonic Superstars, man?
Loved it. Love to see Sonic coming back, and I love what they did with this right here, with the co-op, with all that kind of stuff, the new super moves, special moves, whatever you want to call them, throwing in there. People can, scream out loud how many times they're going to redo the Sonic games. Listen, I don't care as long as they're doing something new with them. Sonic deserves to live on, and this looks like they've really put in a lot of effort to redo this and actually make it something new.
Yeah.
And I love the animation style in this deal. I love the aesthetic that they went with this time.
Super dope.
It's super, super dope. So I think I'm definitely going to hop into this at some point again and go back through it in co-op. Are you kidding me? It's going to be so much freaking fun, man.
It'll be a good time. Good time.
Yeah. Happy for Sonic.
Good palate cleanser.
Happy for Sega.
Hell yeah. Sega's been on a roll. Hopefully they keep it up. Sonic's been, especially after the most recent one, it's Sonic Frontiers. I think it's reinvigorated it in the right way, and the movies have helped that a lot also. And shout out to the community for keeping it, keeping them to the fire.
Dip Down Games, 1000%. Calling for it. 3-Bit's been calling for it. We need to get Sonic Adventure back.
Sonic Adventure 2 is my favorite, and they need to remake
1 and 2, remake them, bring them back out, Sega, for sure, 100%.
You can just remake those same games. You don't have to take nothing out. Just update the resolution, update the textures, update the complete game. I think update it, make it look like Sonic Frontiers. Yeah. And I'll be
fix the controls. Bring the controls up to speed too as well.
Yeah, of course. Make all the, bring it up to date. And I'm telling you, you're going to sell millions of copies of that game. Only you, Sega. Come holler at Steel and Pong. We'll put a little business plan for you together, and we'll get it done. All right. The next one we got lined up here is going to be John Carpenter working on a horror action game called Toxic Commando. Now this one, again, I'm burnt out by zombies. I have stopped caring about zombies. That's why I was kind of excited with Redfall. I was hoping that it would be something unique since it was adding the vampire esque to it. But nonetheless, I can't lie to say that this game didn't look decent. It looks solid for me. What do you think of it? I know you had some excitement for it.
Yeah, man. Listen, I love campy 360 era style games. We still don't get enough of them. So when these come around, I am all down for these types of games. I'm not zombied out. I will never tire of killing zombies ever. This looks fun. It looks dumb in all the best ways. And that I'm always about these games. John Carpenter's name behind it. They had Bon Jovi in this trailer. Again, I'm all for it. I love it. This looks cool. I can't wait to play this, honestly. Maybe it'll hit differently for people than Back for Blood did. Maybe this will hit the right way that they thought Back for Blood was going to. It gives me all those vibes along with World War Z and that kind of stuff as well, with the masses of zombies in this game. I'm all for this, Steel. I'm excited for this one. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, and it could be some fun if it drops in the Game Pass or something like that. I definitely wouldn't mind giving it a run or so. But if not, it's not a game that I'd buy.
Yeah, no, I understand. Steve.
Personally,
it looks fun.
Marvel Spider-Man 2 is the next on this list, and for whatever reason, the video is unavailable. It looks like it's been
because there was none.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, they had some whatever video up here shown for it, but I guess I got pulled down.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Who cares?
Yep, Spider-Man 2 was shown. All they did was show concept art and give a release date, October 20th, which is big.
October 10th, right? Oh, no, October 20th. Yep, you're right. Sorry.
Comes out October 20th, which is really questionable why Sony didn't use this at their showcase. Again, my biggest theory for this is that they just didn't have a date solidified yet. They weren't sure about a solid date. And I don't know, a week, 2 weeks later, they weren't able to find a solid date. That sounds kind of strange to me. If you ask me personally, I don't get that. But again, if God of War 2018 came together within its last couple weeks of production, then I guess I can believe that fucking Spider-Man 2. They came to a release date at the last minute. Again, I feel like Sony is playing ball a little bit here. How funny would it be if after Xbox does a showcase, Sony announces another showcase?
Sure. They could.
And that's their hope. What if they threw away a showcase just to see what Xbox is going to show?
That's why I don't believe it. And anyways, they don't have the bullets in the chamber to go 1-for-1 with Xbox. We knew this was coming, Steel. We knew this was coming. So they would have, if that was the case, Steel, then they would have held Spider-Man 2 out of that one and saved Spider-Man 2 for their real showcase. They would have done a games as a service indie showcase and not showed Spider-Man 2, right? They would have done it as a state of play and not called it a showcase. That's why I never believed that they have another one planned for the rest of the year. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible. If they really want to go play long ball and go 2-3 years deep into their lineup, they could pull out some teasers. But is it going to be gameplay at this point? I don't believe most of the studios are ready to show gameplay. They're just in that lull state that we knew was coming, Steel, that we talked about plenty of times. It was a possibility that this year and maybe even next year could be a couple of down years for PlayStation as far as first-party output goes, as far as showing things. They're just not ready, in my opinion, Steel. They're just not ready right now. I think they could tease things, but I don't think they're ready to show anything, period.
Yeah, it's just really weird that they did have the date here. And again, I was just going to put 2 and 2 together and rub some sticks together. Again, I would have to imagine that if you didn't use that to showcase, there has to be a reason. That reason had to be that you didn't have a confident date yet. And you were still working on that. Again, I know game creation is extremely unique in a lot of different ways, but it's hard to believe that is the case. Especially for a game of this magnitude, but I don't know. Maybe there is some truth to what you've mentioned too before, where Sony came up to them and said, "Hey guys, we need a game. We need this game this year. We need it at this time." So we'll see how it ends up going. I hope that's not the case.
They saw their roadmap, Steel. Again, Sony's not dumb. I mean, you can say what you want about PlayStation, but they're not dumb. And they had to see the roadmap, and they had to see the giant hole that was 2023, and they needed something in there outside of their third-party deals, and Insomniac's the perfect team to go to and say, hey, can you guys get it done? You know, if you hold some things back, if you don't do co-op, if you If you don't expand as far as you want to with Spider-Man 2 with new mechanics and stuff, can you guys get this done by 2023? Because we know it's going to be an automatic 20, 30 million seller. And Insomniac probably said, yeah, we can get that done. Let's do it. So,
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see how it ends up turning out.
Yep.
But it is what it is that front. Jesse Darby was talking about the fighters being like Mortal Kombat being crossplay. He says, hey, now we can see who's got the better fighters, PlayStation or Xbox.
Yeah.
Hey, and PC. Which I miss those types of conversations. We used to have that fun all the time, like with the difference between Call of Duty players on Xbox versus PlayStation. That used to be some fun times. Anyway, back into it. Fortnite Chapter 4 Season 3. The most underwhelming trailer I've ever seen from Fortnite.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
Moving on.
It is what it is. You like Fortnite? Jump into it.
Transformers are coming. So, hey.
I've jumped into Fortnite multiple times. I can't get past not liking the gunplay. I just can't get past that. I don't like the way you switch weapons. I don't like the gunplay. I just, oh my God. It does play good though. So for those of you who like it, continue to like it. Hopefully you get that Optimus Prime skin for $20 because that's how much they're going to sell it for. So there's that.
Correct.
Then a game that still is not on Xbox and probably will never be, although they said it was going to be. And now, instead of saying, hey, it's finally coming to all platforms, why not announce Rebirth? Hey, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth launches early in 2024. Wow. Final Fantasy VII Remake, man. So, as someone who has played Final Fantasy VII Remake recently, within the last year, I would say, I like the direction that they're taking Final Fantasy VII. Especially with the twist on the story that they've presented. And I love the gameplay mechanics and I love everything about it. Only thing is that I would like there to be a little bit more of attention to detail. I don't like the fact that Square Enix didn't give a fuck about the PC release at all. Released the most bare bone PC port that fucking I've ever seen in existence in some aspects. It even gets Forspoken a run for its money. Forspoken is fucking obscene too. Like I gotta tweak that game so much to get the lighting right in there. It's crazy. And also, in Rebirth, you guys didn't know, the foliage doesn't react to any of the players. So there's that. I don't know what year we're in, but in Final Fantasy VII, it doesn't matter. We're not looking for the game to be more detailed, to pull you into the universe anymore. We're just going to give you a Final Fantasy game and be satisfied with that. I'm not saying that it's not going to be good. Again, it is what it is. Final Fantasy VII Remake met my expectation at least. I like Sephiroth. I like Cloud. The only thing I didn't like was Barrett, and I don't like the shucking and jiving that some of the Eastern devs like to put on their black folks. I don't get that. It's a traditional thing in some aspects. I don't like it. So I replaced him with Master Chief. I thought that was fun. And running around with Master Chief the entire game was great. It like having that conversation when he was saying, I was like, yeah, Master Chief was saying that. Yeah, he's got a gun on his head. He's great. But I'm excited for it. I'm not going to get it like day one or anything. I'll probably get it when it comes to PC. This is nothing I get a PlayStation 5 for. So there's that. I know you are not too much of a fan of Final Fantasy VII, the remake. You have been the main proponent of saying, I'll play it when it's fully released, when they've released all the parts. And again, I'll tell you that the story is different. It's not the same, but I still respect the decision, and I feel you. How did you feel about the 7 remake when you saw it? Did it change anything for you? Was it more of the same? Because that's the one negative for me, and it looked damn near exactly the same.
Which is to be expected. For me, again, for anybody who doesn't know, my Final Fantasy takes are I played all the Final Fantasies up through 10, played a bit of 11. Final Fantasy I enjoy, but I enjoy the old school Final Fantasy. I enjoy the high fantasy Final Fantasy, right? I enjoy when they do the medieval stuff. That's why 16 has an interest to me. Although, again, I would rather it be turn-based than action-based. I'm that way with it. 7 to me is never been a favorite of mine. And I know that's sacrilege, and I know that's, like, oh my God, how can you say that? It just never was. So it's never had that appeal to me. Now, seeing the remake, does it look gorgeous? Absolutely. Of course it does.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful. And I would play it if it was complete. I'm not, again, not being that 7 lover, not being that 7 fanboy. To me, I can wait on this now that I have a PC. Cool. When they finally complete all 3 and I get the package deal on PC, will I eventually probably go back and play through this? Yeah, I probably will. I'm more excited still because we got rumors that they're redoing 10. 10 is my all-time favorite. Final Fantasy 10 is my all-time favorite. And yes, I know that's not the high fantasy type world that I was just talking about, but 10 to me, Titus, I love him. Okay. I love the characters in 10, and Blitzball was amazing. So that's actually got me more excited that there's rumors now that they're working on a 10 remake, as long as they don't remove Blitzball. If they remove Blitzball, Steel, I'm going to have some things to say to Square Enix. Anyways, I thought this was classic Keighley to get Square Enix. Again, strange that it wasn't at the PlayStation Showcase.
Yeah, another one is like,
another one that's a little head scratcher. I know you're promoting 16 heavy right now. Do you necessarily want 2 Final Fantasy games? If you're Sony, yeah. I mean, again, 7 remake is kind of a big deal. No, you don't have to put them back to back, and 7 remake is kind of a big deal, right? So, strange that it was here. But this was classic Keighley way to end the show with a Square Enix showing of this. It looks good. I'm happy for everybody that's been waiting on this. I know that, again, the Final Fantasy fan base is undeniable at this point. And obviously 7, I understand, is the most popular by far. Some people think it's the greatest game of all time. So happy to see it coming. The second part is coming, and it looks great. So that's all I got to say about it. I think it was cool.
Yeah, and I don't know why them announcing that the game is going to be 2 discs was something like I should be excited about.
Right? Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't get that. Are you trying to say that the game's going to be expansive? I mean, there's much bigger games that do much more than Final Fantasy ever will. Now, if this is just because of the movies or the type of textures that you're using or whatever the case may be, I still find that, I mean, we all know that games on disc currently are kind of too big, right? A lot of games wouldn't fit on one disc these days.
The fact that they're putting the game on the disc, Steel, I give them props for.
I give them props for that.
Nowadays, we mostly just get licenses, right? On our discs, they're worthless. So, anyways,
it's going to be worthless regardless because, when I'm going to get 2 discs and I'd have to download both discs, or am I going to have an installation? What is this back in the day on PC where I have an installation? I have an installation disc and then I have a game disc. What am I doing?
Maybe.
It's just so weird. You're going to have to get up from whatever you're doing and just swap discs out real quick. What is this back in the day with Gran Turismo?
They used to be fun, man.
I used to like that. Pop up, come up. You need disc 2. Oh shit! All right, put the case open. All right, let me take the case. I used to like that, but now it's just so weird, man. And again, 3-bit exactly brings up that point. PS5 disc holds around 100 gigabytes of storage, so that means it's at least 200 gigabytes installed, and you're going to have to install it to your console regardless. I think PlayStation and Xbox do the exact same thing. Maybe I'm wrong on that, and PlayStation allows you to play your games directly from the disc. You don't have to download anything.
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know if that's the case or not, but yeah, like, what makes you think in 2023 I want to see a screen that says, like Nick says, please insert disc 2? Like, what?
Half the license on each disc back.
You gotta download both discs to be able to play. You download one, if you only download one disc, you can only play half the game. Or no, you could be like back in the day where it's not even half the game. It's like a fourth of the game. Or like up to like almost a third of the game. That's funny. It's so weird, man. Anyway, shout out to Final Fantasy and PlayStation not announcing it at their own showcase. So yes, what they ended up doing, Digital Trends, is they took all the big announcements and then made everything else just a list. So hey, again, it is what it is. So I'll run down the list. Path of Exile 2 got a new gameplay trailer that looked really
Looks
good.
good. Looks really good.
probably-
Can't wait to see more. Yep.
Probably won't end up jumping into it because Path of Exile. The first one is going to be not necessarily intrusive, but it takes a lot to get into Path of Exile, right?
It does.
And Path of Exile also tends to more so listen to their hardcore fan base. So in Path of Exile 2,
They lean in.
I think they're going to do more of that, right? So again, if you like Path of Exile currently, then you're probably going to end up liking Path of Exile 2. For me, Diablo 4 is perfect. I don't need to go any further. From what I've played from Path of Exile, I didn't beat the first game, and like I typically do, I'm not going to play the second. So,
I will try it.
there is that. I'll have Diablo on.
Yep.
Then Exo Primal made a little bit of a showing there and showed Mecha Ryu and Guile. We got a little Street Fighter crossover happening in Exo
cool.
Primal. Exo Primal is going to be a game that I'm going to jump in on release. Nix keeps, atting me about it. Nix, you already know. You better be partied up with me. You talking all this mess, man, saying how much you like it Exo Primal. I didn't see you none in the beta. I better see you when the full game comes out. How about that? I don't want to hear none of your PlayStation slander in my party chat. Not playing. I thought it was dope, man. This is something that I wasn't expecting to come at all. For this crossover of Street Fighter characters in a mecha game. But it's dope. I liked it. He did the whole duking. He did fucking he did the uppercut. He did all of it. I thought it was cool. And it's a skin for one of the characters.
For an unserious game like Exo Primal, this is perfect. This is fun. This is great. I love this stuff. This is cool.
It was cool. It was really dope. For something I was not expecting, it was dope.
Yeah.
We had Nick Cage. He was gone in 60 seconds. I mean, I wish he was gone in 60 seconds this day. But he's coming to Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome to see Nick up there, and he actually put effort into being on stage.
He did.
Right? I like that. That's the thing. He did actually put effort into talk. I thought he was genuine. It was cool. I like Nick Cage. So whatever.
Yeah,
not gonna
like
play
Nick
Dead
Cage.
by Daylight, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm not either. But nonetheless, hey, it is what it is. I would have rather see his version of like Ghost Rider or something in there. That would have been cool. No, Nick Cage, Ghost Rider, Dead by Daylight. That would have been funny. The Witcher season 3, they announced here. Looks good.
Yeah.
I haven't watched any of the Witcher, so there's that. Let's see. Witchfire finally begins early access on Epic Game Store on September 20th. For those who are interested in
the
Witchfire.
look of Witchfire. I'm really interested in checking this out. I really want to check out Witchfire. I think it looks good.
Nice. Let's see. Crossfire Sierra Squad got a live action trailer. I like the guy that was in it. Funny dude. But it does look better than the flat game. It looks like a cool VR game. But nothing that's like
it's still Crossfire and it's still Smilegate. So
I don't have any
again. Yeah, no,
I'm good. Then Remnant 2 got a new gameplay trailer, which that one does have me pretty excited. The first Remnant I went through also within the last year. That game was super dope. I only played it one time. Remnant's not one of those games that you play one time. You're supposed to play it multiple times. But because the game has been out for some time, I didn't have interest to kind of play it multiple times. But it is a good game. A lot of fun to be had there. Third-person shooter, mostly. Does have some melee combat in there, and I think they're going to add more melee combat in this one also. Excuse me. But it is
25th.
It's a game that I think I might end up getting. I don't know if I'll get it day one. It depends on what's going on. But I'm definitely interested in jumping in. It's going to be one of those co-op games that I think a lot of people can have some fun with. I know.
July 25th. It's going to be great. Remnant 2 looks really good every time they show it.
It looks 4 times better than the first Remnant does.
Correct.
And bigger. The bosses look bigger and better. It looks amazing. Then Honkai Star Rail. I don't know what it is with Sony caught like getting these games and making them exclusive. No, it is. They're exclusive to just PlayStation, along with the character that they're also getting. I don't get this. Like, Hoyo, why are you cutting deals with only PlayStation? Why? Like, are they just dropping you off a bag? Xbox, are y'all not talking to Hoyo? Know how dope it would be to have these games in your ecosystem? Game Pass benefits, something of that nature.
Phil said he was pissed off that he missed Genshin Impact. So
how you pissed off about Genshin, but then you're not pissed off about hopefully you are. Maybe
they're asking for too much money.
That could be very well possible. But the type of like attraction that this game has been getting, it's not a game for me. It is turn-based. But if you like the Genshin, you might like Honkai. For those who are interested in that, it's just not for me personally. Then Lies of P is getting a demo today. Got a demo, excuse me. Is going to be released on September 19th. Honkai Star Rail next. But to move on, Lies of P got a demo. So for those who are out there, go ahead and try that demo out. See if it's something for you. I knew it was going to be a very Souls-esque game. Like Pong told you, he tried it out. Wasn't for him. He uninstalled it. Again, I wasn't expecting for Pong to really like it. I was, again, Pong's even mentioned he does like the art style and everything. That high fantasy, especially, and I love Lies of P's art direction and their take on the Pinocchio story. Again, you're taking it back to more so the original and giving your own twist on what that original was. I think that's going to be super amazing. I'm not going to play the demo. I'm not the demo dude. I'm not the beta guy either. Typically, unless I want to try some things out to give my critique on it or give a review, small review or whatever, to the devs to let them know how I'm feeling about it, like I did with Wayfinder, for an example. But Lies of P, it looks dope. I'm super interested in it. I will be playing this game day one. If there's something that y'all want to see on stream, me play. I haven't played any of the Souls games on stream or anything like that. But if you want to see me play Lies of P on stream, I definitely can. Because I love Souls games, and Pinocchio is something I grew up with. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how that plays out. Then there was a game based on Akira Toriyama, which shout out to Akira. He's Toriyama, I should say more so. That's easier to recognize. Toriyama will forever be one of the greatest artists in existence to me. Mainly because I grew up with Dragon Ball before Dragon Ball Z was ever in existence. And it's like when people, what's always funny to me is like when people don't understand, like, oh man, Goku's always broken. Why is Goku why he's always in the front? It's like, guys, did you not ever watch Dragon Ball? Like, he literally, and they see all the trials and tribulations this man went through. Of course he's the fucking main character. It's about him. Like, he deserves all the transformations and shit that he's getting now. He put the work in. If you guys have never watched Dragon Ball, please go watch Dragon Ball. It's amazing. It's amazing anime to watch. And since it came out back in the day, there's a lot more of that grit that if you were an old school anime lover, you'll probably really love, right? But he's coming out with a game called Sandland. It looks interesting. I don't know if I would play it personally. You're playing as a pink demon. Psycho made a joke that it looked like kind of like a demon form of Kid Buu or something like that. But again, shout out to Akira Toriyama, forever be one of the greats to me. And so yeah, Sandland. Annapurna Interactive will be holding a showcase. Was that announced at the showcase at the Summer Games Fest?
June 29th. They did a sizzle reel.
Oh,
June
yeah,
29th will be Annapurna shows. Yep. Oh. Annapurna always shows up and shows out. One of the best indie publishers out there. Always look forward to their shows, much like Devolver Digital. Can't wait to see what Annapurna's got cooking.
Super dope.
Yep.
Nick says, which Dragon Ball do you recommend, Steel? I heard Kai is a no watch. No, Nick's, I would definitely recommend watching Dragon Ball Z Kai, mainly because they updated the graphics on it. I don't know if they did it to the original. I haven't went back and watched Dragon Ball Z in quite some time. But Dragon Ball Kai is good, mainly because it skips a lot of the in-between episodes, right? That was one of the things that Dragon Ball Z got made fun of a lot, because it was like it would take episodes for people to transform, episodes for people to have simple fights sometimes. They eliminated a lot of that out of Kai. So, I mean, it's something to jump into if you've been away from it for some time or you want to give it a run through. I don't see anything wrong with Kai personally, but that's me. Chia Walker says, poor lunch at Living Splitscreen. I don't have any lunch. What do you mean? But he says also Sandland did have a manga. Oh, wow. Okay, dope. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar to me. I couldn't point it out, but again, I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't read manga like that anymore. I'll not a lot, right? I'm very picky about the ones that I do get, that I do find out about, mostly because I want to see what's happening in the story before I see it on video when I see it translated over. So there's that, but that's dope. All right. Then free-to-play MMO Throne and Liberty got shown. Throne and Liberty, guys, like, I'm not feeling the greatest about it. I don't know if the game's going to end up being good at all. I already know that it's not going to fit the combat style that I'm looking for. I'll be completely honest. I am ruined by Black Desert. If it's not a similar combat style to that, then it's not going to pull my attention. That's the problem with a lot of these MMOs where they're fighting for a time, and I don't think that Throne and Liberty can even compete with Final Fantasy 14 on any level. It's cool that you get to fly around, but you can fly around in Final Fantasy 14 also. It's cool that there's another MMO to be out there, but it's like they put all this effort into this game, and it's coming out by Amazon. They put all this effort into this game, and from what I've seen, whatever I've experienced personally, it's very average to me. But nonetheless, it is coming to everything, so there is a benefit of that. A lot of MMOs these days, for whatever reason, don't come to everything, which is super unfortunate. So guys, I mean, Throne and Liberty, check out the trailer. If it's something that you're interested in, check it out. Warhaven got a trailer. I don't remember what that one was.
This is the For Honor meets Chivalry.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I want to play that. I do want to play that.
I want to play that because they've got more classes than For Honor. They've got magic users. They got all sorts of classes, but it literally looks like For Honor meets Chivalry. I can't wait. I actually do want to play.
It looks super dope. The fighting style looks over the top. Like it's exactly what I would look for. Warhaven looks to be a lot of fun, and I'm really excited for that one. So there's that.
Yep, that looks good.
That one is one that I wasn't expecting at all, and really hit for me. Again, this is part of the reason why I gave the show more so like a 7 out of 10 than anything, because I was able to pull things out. You know what I mean? Yep. They showed Party Animals again. This time
finally,
with the release date.
Release date, yes, because it's been delayed a bunch. Like it's been delayed, but September 20th, Party Animals finally going to show up. Game Pass day and date. If you remember, this game was showed off like 2 years ago. It's been delayed forever. So Party Animals, shout out to Party Animals, finally getting a release date. 100%.
Yeah, hopefully it releases to some success. I know it's coming to Game Pass. I know my girls are gonna love it. There's another one right now. I think it's Gang Beasts. That's another one that they like. But I think Party Animals is gonna be
so awful. Party Animals is gonna be better.
Yeah, Party Animals I think is gonna be a lot better than Gang Beasts is for sure. Yeah. I can't wait to jump in that. I think it's gonna be some fun to be had in there.
Yes.
Then Dying Light 2 will receive some new gameplay updates this summer, which is dope. That Dying Light 2 has been as successful as it has, especially with some of the tumultuous situations that they were going through during development. Me and Pong loved our experience with what we had thus far in Dying Light 2. We still got to go back. And since we've left, we put about 60 plus hours in Dying Light 2. And they've added at least another 100 hours of gameplay to the game. And there's just so much content. Like, guys, like if you're looking for a good zombie game, I would rather play Dying Light 2 personally than the what's the new one that just came out, Paul?
Dead Island 2.
Dead Island 2, personally. That's my opinion.
Two different style games.
Yeah, it is two different styles for sure. But if there was one I would pick, it would definitely be Dying Light 2. Just because the amount of content they got there, bro. You can get lost in that world. The upgrade systems, the different
Shout out to
weapons.
Techland too. Techland continues to update. They keep updating their games. They just didn't update just a little bit ago on Dying Light 1 again. Like Techland really loves their games. They're very passionate about what they do, and they support their games through and through all the years that they're out. Techland's a really great studio. It's on my wish list for Microsoft because it is a Polish studio. We know they were looking over there. I would love to see Techland come underneath the umbrella. But anyways, that's besides.
Paul, I'm gonna throw this in. I'm gonna throw this in here just because it's funny. Let you just send me in the DMs. For those who don't know, real quick, I mean, I guess we could use this as part of this.
Spoiler alert. if you have been trying to avoid any of the leaks, you've been off Twitter and have not seen anything. I don't know how you could avoid this one if you're on Twitter at all, because it came out of the blue.
Random.
But this is going to be a spoiler. This is going to be a spoiler right here for the show tomorrow, because the company itself spoiled it. So go ahead, Steele.
Yeah, so apparently Atlas's like brand manager or whatever the case might be, influence manager or whatever the case. I only say that in those two positions because those are the positions that they're hiring for, apparently. Whoever leaked that these games are being remade and it's coming to Game Pass, they got fired.
Yeah, on Instagram. It's their Instagram account, so it has to be their brand managers at some point. Yeah. So Persona 3 remake and Reloaded, and actually one that's not a remake. It's one that we didn't even know existed. Persona 5 Tactica. Tactica, that was an unknown game, Steel. That's never been made. They've never had a tactics version. So that's
nice.
So yeah, both of those got leaked through their Instagram account. And what was funny is everybody joked right away, well, somebody's losing their job. And it just so happens that Atlas posted 2 new job postings. What are the exact titles again, Steel?
The exact titles are Associate Brand Manager and Associate Influence Manager.
Yes.
That man got fired.
Obviously that's
or
Instagram.
girl,
yeah, whoever it was, they posted those 2 listings right after this happened.
You know what? I don't even feel bad for you. How do you fuck up your job that bad?
You got one job on Instagram? Really? And you leak something? Really? You're getting paid by them and you leak it? Or not? I don't even think you leak. You accidentally posted? You scheduled it for the wrong time. I can guarantee there was a scheduled post on Instagram and they scheduled it.
You scheduled it? Come on, yo. I don't feel bad for you. I mean, hopefully you can get more new work somewhere else. You're not going to get another job in a similar position to this, though. Because they're definitely going to get in contact.
Tough. They're going to know. They're going to know that you were one of them.
Yeah, people going to talk about this one. That's crazy. But anyway, I think that's absolutely hilarious. Again, guys, you got a job to do. Make sure you do it right. God damn.
Yeah, it's worth a lot. It's worth a lot because, it's part of a deal with Game Pass. It's a part of the deal with Xbox, and it's a part of their showcase, and you screw it up and you launch it early.
Xbox was hot about that shit. Xbox immediately picked up the phone, was like,
what are you doing?
What the hell is going on? Atlas immediately went down the list. Hey, call Jerome. Why did he leak? Come on, man.
Why you gotta be Jerome?
Get him out of here. I don't know. It was first name that came. I get tired of using Billy and Jimmy and Timmy. I got to put Jerome in there. Todd, but he's the God. God Howard. Can't throw Todd out there.
Todds are known as not the best name. Anyways, go ahead.
Anyway, no, these leaks aren't in the showcase. But again, I had to bring it up because it was funny. Brief intermission. Back into the showcase.
Yep.
Let's see. We pick it back up with Crash Team Rumble.
Yep.
Which looks cool. I don't think it's going to be something that I jump into. I don't know. Is it coming to Game Pass?
We don't know. No, I don't think it is. It hasn't been announced, and that's what people are saying. It's going to be another one that probably won't get the traction it needs to stay relevant because they don't have a deal with Game Pass. So, but who knows? Maybe it'll come out and be one of the best Rumble games ever, and
I hope so.
People love it. So, Crash Team Rumble, though, June 20th is coming. So.
Hey, Jesse, I appreciate you for coming through, man. He says, all right, have a great rest of your show, fellas. I got to charge my phone before I get up and make a run. All right, Jesse, you have a good one. Appreciate you for coming through, man. Hopefully we get to check you out tomorrow. Come through for Fun Speculations live stream of the Xbox Showcase. But yeah, I'm not gonna buy Crash Team Rumble. So there's that. If it comes to Game Pass, I'll give it a run then. Now if it ends up being something that's really dope, I'll probably get it. So me and the girls could probably jump in there and have some fun. But other than that, nah. Samsung Gaming Hub got a trailer again for people to say that cloud is irrelevant. I've been hearing that. Yeah. And I know Sony says that too, but I'm just talking about like individuals that keep saying that cloud is completely irrelevant. And I get it, right? Right now we don't have the infrastructure to really make cloud successful. And I do still think that cloud itself, and again, we're involving a many different conversation in this, but I I do think for the foreseeable future, cloud will only ever be an option. It'll never be a replacement. I don't think that ever was the intention for it to be a replacement, at least not yet. We are definitely a decade at least away from that ever being a viable option for most gamers, but it is another access point. And I do think that the viability of the cloud, and if they are able to use more, it is going to get implemented into our games. So if you guys don't like games being online now, you're going to hate the future. Because you guys want bigger and better games. They can't just keep selling you 100 gig games. You complain about storage space when they have other ways that they could take advantage of that, offload some of that data somewhere else and bring it in when you need it. Internet in this day and era is a necessity. I don't care where you're at. I know it's not everybody. It's not a necessity for everybody. Not everybody has the availability to have the best internet or maybe even get internet, which is probably, which is one of the biggest reasons why I do feel that cloud has got some time, but I do still believe in it, right? I think there is a lot of tech that can be put into it to make it successful. And again, just using it as another access point. Like I've said here all the time, this is the age of accessibility for me. The more access points that you can give people to play, the more happy that I am, man, because more people we can get involved, the more our ecosystem grows, the more the community grows, the more people that we can get to ask for more from these games, right? Because as a consumer, we should ask for more. Don't ever be satisfied, right? You should speak out. It's up to the companies to siphon through what's bullshit and what's not for you as the consumer. You should speak out. Now, some people go overboard, right? But always speak out for the things that you believe in and what you see is right for you as the consumer. That's what I believe in. So part of that conversation, Pong, I know that's I kind of tailored that off the Samsung Gaming Hub, but like with you seeing that and the blatant showing of putting the cloud like right there in your face, like how does that feel? What does that make you think? And do you agree with me like in that in the facet that cloud, yeah, it's not a right now thing, but it still does potentially get you believe in it?
Sure. No, it's heavy investment is what it means, Steele. There's
Absolutely.
heavy investment for it. And again, heavy investment doesn't always mean success either. We've seen plenty of things fail that have been heavily invested in the past. Technology is always a crapshoot. It's a risk. No matter what you're trying to do, no matter what you try to predict is going to happen in the future, it doesn't always come into play, right? We've seen that with AR, we've seen that with VR, we've seen that because again, for people who don't know, VR just didn't start happening in the past 5 years. They tried VR way back. Atari Jaguar had a VR headset, right? So we've seen this in the past. Cloud gaming could turn into something very viable, or it may always remain niche. We just don't know right now. But obviously there's companies like Microsoft that are investing heavily. There's companies jumping on board with that investment like Samsung that are, getting into it, putting apps on their TVs and all kinds of things. If it works, it opens up the opportunity. That's why Microsoft is invested into it, because it opens up the opportunity for more people to jump into the experience, to jump into the ecosystem. That's what this is all about at the end of the day. And what that number is for them, I don't know internally what they're looking at, what kind of return they're looking at here. But the fact that they are doing it, the fact that they are trailblazing it, the fact that Microsoft is investing so heavily along with other companies, NVIDIA, Samsung, all these other big companies, does mean something. And it is going to take, though, that infrastructure in a lot of parts of the world to come up. It is going to take kind of a mass movement towards a acceptable internet grid across the world that's going to allow more people to jump in and have a good experience on cloud gaming. But I do see a future where it is viable, Steele, and as more development as more game development goes to the cloud, I think it's going to become more important. I do see a day where we're streaming entire games from the cloud, right? That they can expand infinitely, because basically you got an infinite space within the cloud. As much as money as you got, that's what's going to determine how much cloud space there is for you as a publisher, right? So, and I think it could lead to great innovation along with AI being introduced into the system as well. So I love it. I love to see it. I love that people are still pushing it. I think it does have a future. Again, how big? I don't know. Do I ever think there's going to be a time where everything is cloud-based? I'd be a fool to say no, because we've seen technology been dismissed, like the internet. There, again, go back to the 90s. There were people still dismissing the internet as a fad, that it was never going to take off. Okay. So I've seen it happen before in my lifetime. I think it's certainly possible that we eventually get to that point, 20, 30, 40, whatever years down the road. Maybe we're at that point. Or maybe something else comes along and changes the game all over again. We'll see, Steele. But it's exciting to see.
It is.
I like to see it. Yeah.
Main thing for me is like I don't think cloud's a waste of time, right? I don't get that perspective on it. But nonetheless. Alan Wake 2 received an extended gameplay trailer. Shout out to Alan Wake 2. I don't have the most hype for Alan Wake. It's not one that really sat with me. I know you have more of a affinity for it, for sure. Yeah. Good word. How did you feel about the Alan Wake 2 trailer that you saw, man?
Loved it, man. Love what they're doing. I love the two-person story that they're introducing with the FBI agent and Alan himself. I'm interested to see how they're going to cross those stories over, because obviously they're going to meet at some point. Sam Lake was up on stage. Shout out to Sam Lake and the team over at Remedy. Just amazing people over there. I know Remedy gets a lot of flack. I've given them flack myself for taking on too many projects and taking too long to get their games out. But I got to say that I love Remedy games myself. I'm not as big a fan as Rand is. Shout out to Randall Thor. Alan Wake 2 is his most anticipated game of the year.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Starfield and everything. So there is a nice big fan base.
So he does put Hellblade above that, though. He put
it. Did he?
Yeah. If I heard him correctly yesterday, I could be wrong. Hey, Rand, correct me. But I did think he said if Hellblade released this year, then Hellblade would be
the number one. Okay. Alan Wake 2 though looks to me to be a leap. And the way that Sam Lake described it, Steele, that you can progress the stories any way that you want to up to a certain point. So you can play all of Alan's side and play all of the FBI's side at separate times up to a certain point, or you could intermix those stories and switch between them. I love that kind of freedom, because again, that makes my experience unique, how I'm going to experience a story. And so for me, I think it's great. Again, there was another outside of what we saw at Summer Games Fest. The media got to go behind closed doors, and they saw another 30 to 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Andy Robinson was reporting on it. IGN was reporting. McCaffrey was reporting on it. That they got to see that. Yeah, and they said it was awesome. It's different from Alan Wake 1. Again, I talked about this a little bit earlier. They're not doing so much action-based like Alan Wake 1 was. They're not going to throw mobs of enemies at you. It is going to be more psychological. Let me get this right here, Steele. Alan Wake 1 was based on I just lost it now. Oh my God. I have it in my head and then I lose it. I hate this when this happens. No, it wasn't. It was another TV show. It was based on oh my God. I just lost it. It's one of the greatest TV shows of all time, in my opinion. Weird as hell. Anyway, sorry. Alan Wake 1 was based on a TV show at the time. Alan Wake 2 is based on True Detective.
Oh wow, okay.
True Detective.
Pretty good.
Yo. The first season, phenomenal. Okay. So if they're doing that and they're pulling it back and it's not going to be so action based, then what's going to happen is that's cool to me, because they're going to be more focused on discovering the mysteries of these murders that are going on and how it links into Alan Wake's writing, right? That's what this basis is going to be. It's going to be slower paced than the first one was. Again, more psychological. We did see some jump scares. Again, the deer man breaking through the wall. I would have put down my controller at that point and said, okay, I need to take a break.
Jasper said Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks. Thank you, Jasper. Thank you so much for coming through. The youngest guy in the room comes through with an old TV show. Unbelievable. Twin Peaks. Yes, Twin Peaks is absolutely phenomenal. So I like the direction they're going, Steele. I liked everything I saw. I can't wait to see more. Again, I will be getting Alan Wake 2 down the road. I do want to get Alan Wake Remake and play it first again as well. But I love Alan Wake, and I can't wait to watch. I can't wait to get my hands on this.
Nice. Dope. All right, then we had Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2. Not only did we get some more gameplay, but they also showed some co-op campaign, which is super dope, man. It's exciting to see, right? Because that's when I recently just finished Space Marine, actually just last week, and I will have some gameplay up on for you guys maybe next week, depending on if there's any other games that end up coming out or something. But Warhammer 40K Space Marine, I love Space Marine. I thought it was an amazing game. It's one of those that it doesn't take itself too seriously. It's over the top. It does remind you of the classic like Gears. You could tell the timing that it came out. People tried to, replicate that formula, right? Because Gears really did invigorate things. And Space Marine seems to be doing that same thing. It's a very beautiful looking game. It's going to be very over the top. Again, I'm hyped for Space Marine 2. I'm definitely looking forward to jumping into it in co-op. The only downside that I would have for Space Marine in itself for the first game, that there wasn't enough content, right? There wasn't more for me to do and more for me to explore and to do things with. And for me, as somebody that plays on the hardest difficulty, and I don't go back through games multiple times because I don't care about achievements. None of that BS. I don't do that. That's so weird to me and whatever. But I'm super excited for this, and so to see that, and then it's coming out to the winter, I think it's going to be a perfect Christmas winter game. I think it's going to be amazing. Then you had Yes, Your Grace, getting some DLC, I believe, called Snowfall.
I think it's actually.
Is it just a game?
Sequel.
Is it a sequel?
Yeah, it's a standalone. It's a standalone. Yeah. I'm
okay, so
sure.
dope. So I guess if this is going to end up being the second iteration, I have heard Lord Cognito, shout out to the Iron Lords, who are also going to be at the show tomorrow and have been.
Cog and Attic are,
have been over the weekend. But Lord Cognito has been one of the main proponents of why I even know that this game exists. I've heard him talk about it so many times. And from what I saw, I could see why it would be appealing, right? Being the king and making all the choices and having everything influenced off of what you decided to do is super dope. So yeah, that's kind of my opinion on that. You got anything to say about Yes, Your Grace?
No, I played the first one when it was in Game Pass.
Okay.
I played it for a few hours, absolutely enjoyed the hell out of it, just like Cog did. I think Cog played it more extensively than I did. But yes, every decision has a consequence. It's fun, it's simple, it's not like over the top complicated, but you do have to think about your decisions. And like sometimes I love games that give you moments where there's no right decision.
Right.
And they have lots of those in this one, right? Where it's like, you love to pick the right one and make sure that everybody's okay. Not every time you pick a decision in this game is everything okay. And again, it's that old 8-bit style graphics, which is going to turn off a lot of people. I totally understand. But if you're into those types of games, give this one a go because the story is fun. It's entertaining. There's a lot of interesting characters that you meet throughout the story. And this one looks just more of that. And I'm all for it. So don't know if this one is coming to Game Pass day and date or if it's down the road like the first one did. It doesn't matter to me. I think this is an indie game that everybody should check out. It's really cool. It's really fun. I think Lord Cognito's onto something when he shouted it out originally. So,
that's super dope.
For sure. Yeah.
Then we have Baldur's Gate 3 coming through. I don't have genuine interest in Baldur's Gate 3. I do know that Pong does. Is there anything that you want to add into that recent trailer that you saw?
No, because the recent trailer just introduced a new character, and I forget the actor's name that's playing it. Again, this is a small team. People think that when you hear Baldur's Gate 3, you're thinking big teams. Now, Larian Games is not a big team, so does it still have some of the jank? Yeah, it can still have some of the jank, and the the graphics weren't over the top. Oh my God, this is next gen or anything. That's not what Baldur's Gate 3 is about. Baldur's Gate 3 is about the narrative, again, about decision-making within the game, about the gameplay itself. It's classic, old-school, turn-based style gameplay. I love Baldur's Gate. I was actually thinking about I was looking for Baldur's Gate on the PC and seeing how cheap it was, and you can get it for like $6 or something like that. I was thinking about going back and replaying them again. The one thing I was disappointed about is that they didn't have an announcement that that they had figured out the Xbox problems and that they could state that this game was coming August 31st to Xbox, along with the PS5 or the PlayStation and PC versions. That's the one thing I'm disappointed in. But that's all right. I'm going to give them time. Larian Studios is a great studio. I'm looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3 whenever I get around to it. Going to be a fantastic game. Again, there's no way I'm starting Baldur's Gate 3 on August 31st when I've got Starfield a week later. That's just not happening. So, but shout out to Larian. Can't wait to jump into this game. Looks fantastic. Looks great.
So yeah, shout out to them. The world is so crazy, man, especially social media, bro. Like if you don't have a strong mentality, these people can get to you. Just it's neither here nor there. I won't even bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the whole thing with Call of Duty and moving bundles and over.
Oh, that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Awful, man.
Whatever.
Yep. Nope. It is. Whatever.
I'm not going to get into it. It's not politics. It's not what we do here.
No.
Something we'll talk about behind.
But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Makes no sense. But whatever.
Nope.
Power World. It's the game I'm going to play.
All you steal. All you.
It's basically a Pokemon like, but which you have guns. I want to play it more so because it's funny to me that they literally took everything that I've wanted from Pokemon, but then had the fucking goal to say, you know what Pokemon needs? It needs a gun. And the entire time I was watching the trailer, I was like, I got the strap on me. I might stream this game. I'm going to be so hyped playing this game for no reason. Like, absolutely no reason. Power World comes out January 2024. Well, at least into early access. I don't know if I'm going to play it then. I might to get a feel for it potentially. I hate, real recently, there's a couple games that I've played that have been in early access. I don't like playing games in early access, man. I would rather have the full breadth of the game because by the time that the game does fully release, you have so many things that have been added to the game or have been changed that it's not even the same game anymore. So it's like you played at one point, you have an opinion on it, and then the game could get 10 times better. And because of your original opinion, you'll never go back. At least that's the way it works typically for me. Strong on that aspect, but I think it looks dope. I hope that Xbox can get this in there in the Game Pass. I think that'll be even funnier to me. But again, Power World, it doesn't look like it's taking itself too serious, which is the other thing that I appreciate. Look, take a well-known IP, put your own twist on it, add some guns. People love guns, apparently. Well, obviously, I should say. So I think it'll be fun. Not to take it too serious. Then another one that's kind of for me, Black Desert Online got a new expansion. Now I don't play Black Desert anymore. I tried to go back in recently, and the amount of time that Black Desert just takes away from me, bro, like,
yeah,
I literally wouldn't be able to talk about anything else if I started playing that game.
Yep.
I wouldn't be able to. And there's just so much going on to it where it's just like, I like playing other games. I do.
Sure.
And I would rather a newer game, although again, I'll definitely recommend anybody that's interested. You want a good MMO that got some great combat. Again, Black Desert has ruined me as far as combat goes, especially on online games of that nature. So I jumped into Final Fantasy 14 after playing Black Desert, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm not playing. So again, looks dope. That's only coming to PC though. So there's that. It was really weird that they showed that here. I would expect it to see that like a PC game showcase or something, but then we had Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. Got a new trailer.
Interesting.
What kind of Lord of the Rings game was this?
It looked like a base building strategy.
Was it a mobile game?
No.
Current
gen consoles. It didn't look current gen consoles. It's based on the dwarves. In Lord of the Rings, it looks like you're going to, be mining. You're going to be expanding your base. It looks like it's going to have, obviously some fighting to it. There's battles as you meet different, orcs and that kind of stuff as well. But the graphic when they showed current, I thought it was mobile at first too, Steel, and then they showed current gen consoles, and I was like, what? So I have no idea right now what this game's going to turn out to be like. I'm always down for Lord of the Rings content. Again, we just had a huge disappointment, obviously, with Lord of the Rings. But I don't know what to think about this game. I got to see more on it. I got to read up on it and see what it's about before I make a decision or make a judgment based on it. It just didn't look the best to me at all. It looked old school graphics, which is fine from time to time. I just don't know about this one. So that's just my take on it, early take.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks questionable. Again, it's not gonna be something I play. I might work for somebody. So
yeah, Nix, that's a nice way to put it. It looked like ass. Yeah, it kind of did.
I'm
not
wrong.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Personal opinion.
It didn't look good. Yeah. Crafter builder game like Valheim. Yeah, that definitely could be at Remake Station 5. It for sure could be. So
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Then Ever Crisis, a mobile game adapting the events of Final Fantasy VII and much of its surrounding material.
Sure.
We'll have a closed beta test between.
Why not?
Okay. It's happening until June 28th. So if you want to try that out,
it looked interesting. A bunch of different styles mixed together. A
–
bunch of different Final Fantasy styles mixed together. That part of it looked interesting. But again, am I going to pop it on my mobile? No, I'm not. So
yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
Then they showed Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden that got a new trailer and set to be released at the end of 2023.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Freaking fantastic. For those who don't know, this is from Don't Nod. Again,
absolutely.
Don't Nod games don't always hit for me, the narrative side of things, and they've been narrative heavy. Again, decisions within the games. If you played As Dusk Falls, which is not a Don't Nod game, don't get me wrong, but that type of storyline where you make decisions and it has consequences, Don't Nod games have a big fan base. The fact that Don't Nod is going to this fantasy, spiritual type setting, bringing their narrative mastery to that, but also adding what appears to be decent combat, if not good combat. I'm definitely playing this game, man. I want to try this game out. So we'll see. End of 2023 makes me think Steel probably push to 2024. Maybe they squeak it out November, December. But I think when you got that kind of general date at this point, I would say that they probably push it to 2024, early 2024, to finish up polishing. But whatever, take your time. Don't nod. I don't care. I'll be ready for it when it comes out. I'm looking forward to this game. Still looks really great.
I like the concept of it. I like the characters that they brought in. I'm interested to play it. Again, it reminded me a lot of Flintlock. Some of the gameplay that we've seen in that. That's another game that I'm super excited for. And that's coming to Game Pass also. It's a game that I would fucking buy also. But
we'll probably see it tomorrow with a release date tomorrow.
That's gonna be dope. I can't wait for that one. That's another one I'm just like over the moon about because of the concept of the game, the gameplay that I've seen, the combat looks dope, the character looks fucking amazing. I always love some good representation, and when you mix that with good gameplay and a good story looking like, I'm on board.
Yep.
Then we had Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name.
Yeah.
Again, if you're into the
Yakuza
series, I haven't jumped into them. I know some they're more action based. A lot of them. I don't know. I don't know why I've slept on the Yakuza
you would
series.
like them still. I think you would like them. Yes.
I need to try one at some point. I'm not playing Like a Dragon. That's just I'm telling you now. I don't care who suggested to me. I'm not playing it.
Why? Because it's turn-based?
Yes, because it's turn-based. I'm not playing it. It's just
fair enough. Go play the other Yakuzas, then they're all action-based.
But I don't know where I should start. Should I start with one of the other ones? What is the other one that recently came out that was action-based?
Oh, you talking about Lost Judgment?
No, not Lost Judgment. It was like old-timey still. I think it was a remake of the older game.
Ishin.
Ishin, Ishin.
Ishin.
Maybe I'll jump into that one.
Well...
Or is that one kind of like, because it's based off the older game?
It's based off the older game. They're all, you don't have to play them back to back to back. I mean, yes, there is continuation of characters, but they are whole stories unto themselves. So it's not like you have to know everything. I would jump, where would I have you jump into? I'd probably have you
Zero? Nick says Zero.
Yeah, but that's old.
That was old too. I mean, I don't mind older games as long as it plays well.
Yeah,
I mean, PC, but
you could jump in anywhere. To be honest with you,
Mishi Miyagi's also coming in and saying start with Yakuza 0.
Yeah, if you want to get the basis, start with Yakuza 0 and see how you feel.
Go from there.
Yeah.
That is Eastside Vandals coming through saying start with
Okay,
Yakuza
all right.
0.
Everybody wants you to start at the beginning, so start
All
with
right,
0.
all right. I'll start. When I jump into the Yakuza, I'll start with 0. That sounds dope.
Start with 0.
I want to at least give it a shot. Again, that aesthetic is me. I love that shit. So I don't know why I've never played it, but
yeah, it's one of the cleanest. I love the
why.
Yakuza series for how clean it is. The city, walking around the city, it's got a certain aesthetic that you can't replicate, that most games don't do, that just stands out. Like you could see you could show me screenshots of the cities and I would say that's Yakuza. Like you could, like, it's just something about it. It's classic Sega style. It's fantastic, man. Yakuza really is good. I gotta go back and play them through all the way because they really are good. So.
I'm meant to give that a shot. I'll take y'all words for it. Yakuza 0. And if I come back and the game was terrible, I'm gonna tell you guys about yourself. All right. But no.
Yeah, 0 does look fantastic, Nick. So it really does. I'll give you guys that. So that's fine. Go with the audience. 0 it is. Still.
Wilfred says, "Still, do you even have time to play those games right now with Diablo? Probably not. With Life, probably not. But I'll probably fix it in there. Again, I like." Here, especially within the last few years, I've enjoyed jumping into some of the single player games that I've missed out on, or just skipped over. And again, I'm playing them in their best light.
Saying rip? Did we die? I'm still showing us going. Calorie said F, and Wilford Rosario said rip, and Calorie said oh no. I don't know. We're still playing on my side from what I've seen.
Nick says 0 is on Game Pass PC too. If you want to play it there, I might just play it there, man. I might. It depends on what kind of mods they got for it, because I like to use a lot of the visual mods and whatnot to really up the quality of the game. So I want to see. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna see what we can do and get rocking.
All right.
So it'll be super dope. He said you blinked. Everything's fine though. All right.
Okay. Again, I didn't see a blink on my side, so I don't know what's going on.
YouTube is hitting us over the head today. Or Discord.
Oh, sorry guys. Don't know what's going on because I haven't had anything on my side. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, please refresh. Yeah, please refresh, and then we'll go from there. Again, if you guys got to leave because it's kind of intermittent or whatever, I understand. I appreciate everybody rocking and rolling with us though. It's again, we will be getting into the Xbox showcase here soon. Some predictions will get out there. I will have to end up cutting out here by one.
Okay, that's fine.
So there is that. So we may or may not get into this day in gaming, but we'll see. Because I do want to talk about the showcase. But nonetheless, but yeah, I'll definitely try out 0. I'll take your guys' word for it.
Dragonheart, you'll be coming in with your horde of wars. Horde of wars. Let's go.
El Domingo says it's not you guys, it's YouTube.
The more. See you in here too. Yeah, it looks like it's YouTube because I haven't had any blips at all on my side still. So definitely a YouTube thing, individual.
I appreciate you guys for at least letting us know what's going on so I can be aware, because I can make some adjustments. I did lower our bit rate. I usually keep it around 4K, 5K for the bit rate, just to give you good quality and whatnot. And I don't know, it's just weird, but whatever. Under the Waves was another one that was ended up being shown. That actually looked kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's published by Quantic Dream, and it's supposed to be released on August 29th.
Yeah, August 29th, narrative puzzler. So if you're not into narrative puzzlers, you probably won't like it, but I thought it looked great. It's something I'm interested in. I think it looks cool. I always like under the water stuff. And this one looked really interesting, to say the least. So I'm down for this. I'm down for this one too.
Excuse me. Tim says, no, I'm good. Told the wife about Christmas in June. She still doesn't understand, but she bears with me. Hey,
that's awesome. Dusty, great to see you.
Make sure you get your wife something nice for understanding.
Tim the Sorcerer, my wife doesn't understand either. So it's fine. I just tell her when I'm not going to be available, and that's it. That's all we talk about. I can't go get excited about games because she'll just look at me with a blank stare. So that's fine.
Yes.
I got all of you. Yeah, you got hiccups.
True. I got hiccups now for whatever reason. Came out of fucking nowhere. And they're fucking kind of painful, man. I don't know what that's about. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2.0 Season 4 received the gameplay trailer. Why in the middle of me speaking is it wanting to come out? Like, like what?
I can finish out if you need to.
Talk about Call of Duty for a second. Let me hold my breath.
Yeah, hold your breath. Push it down. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Season 4. Listen, It looks like more Call of Duty. Again, I haven't played in a bit. I actually uninstalled it because I needed the room. Shocking. Call of Duty continues to roll on. The fact that they're going to drop a new game when it seems like they are just really getting into a good cadence of seasonal content for both Warfare and for the actual base game is really strange to me and Steel. Like, we don't understand. This was supposed to be DLC that they're now making a full game. Again, as I said, if this is to complete the Sony contract, because Activision is extremely upset with Sony right now for the ABK stuff, and they just want to get this contract out of the way and make sure that their obligations are completed, then I totally understand. But I don't see how this new game, yes, supposedly rumor is it's going to drop with zombies out the gate. So that will bring a certain crowd over to it. And yes, I know it still will sell millions, but I don't know how that game's going to be a blockbuster like Modern Warfare 2 was when it dropped. I just don't understand. But again, business side of things, I can see it. But again, this trailer looked great. It looked like they're giving Modern Warfare fans exactly what they want. People still continue to bitch about it, but millions of people still continue to play it.
Yep.
So it is what it is, right? So shout out to everybody still playing Modern Warfare 2.
There's not a better alternative out there. That's the other thing.
Correct.
That's the other thing about what's currently going on. Like, we can sit here and complain about Call of Duty all we want and say this and that, or they should be doing this and that. And at the end of the day, what game compares to Call of Duty right now? For a modern day shooter.
Yeah, nothing really does. I mean, Battlefield had its opportunity and fumbled it. Now Battlefield's
decent
well.
now. Yeah. Battlefield's solid
they
now.
play very well. Nix, everything I've heard from RGG is that Yakuza Like a Dragon is going to be remain turn-based, but that's why they're separating it from the mainline Yakuza, and they're going to run two separate series. Did I miss something? Is the man who erased his name, is that going action-based versus turn-based? Because I didn't see that. So tell me if I'm wrong, if they talked about it and they're saying that this one for Yakuza Like a Dragon is going to be action-based like the other, like the mainline series.
It seemed like it was. That's the kind of implication that I got from it. It didn't. I don't think we got any gameplay or anything like that. But
we did have some scenes in there. But see, again, when you talk about the turn-based and Yakuza Like a Dragon Steel, it's fast turn-based. It's not what you're thinking about.
No, I get that.
It's like action. So forgive me if I'm wrong, but I just saw Nick's talking about it, and I was kind of curious about that because I want them to keep both franchises going the way that they're going. I like both for their individuality, and I like the turn-based in Yakuza Like a Dragon. So, okay, Nick's is saying yes, it's going back. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's really weird. That kind of contradicts
That's crazy
themselves,
because Yakuza Like a Dragon sold extremely well beyond their expectations. And there was people who don't like turn-based that tried it and loved it because, again, it's a fast turn-based. It's not your classic turn-based. Anyways, all right. Well, we'll find out. Thanks, Nick,
but that's also kind of contradictory to themselves. If Like a Dragon was supposed to be their turn-based side, and then now you're calling a game Like a Dragon in its action, it's weird. Yes, Like a Dragon Ishin was that called Like a Dragon also? I thought it was just called Yakuza. Maybe it was called Like a Dragon Ishin. Damn. That is so weird. Then why would you come out and say that your Like a Dragon series is going to be turn-based and then you release games that aren't that?
Maybe like an official Like a Dragon 2, they will keep turn-based.
Okay.
But these again, it is a little it's a strange decision, to say the least, if they're going to go all action after getting actually praised.
Yeah, it was Like a Dragon Ishin. Yeah,
I know not everybody was liking it, but there was a huge contingent of people who loved it. So, okay, well, I guess we'll find out.
That's so weird, man.
Yeah,
I guess. I mean, it's just the only thing is just going to be confusing for some people. I guess, but.
Yep.
Alvin was saying all Yakuza games are now called Like a Dragon. Yakuza is a thing of the past. Okay. So you're saying it's just a name.
Okay, well, then I missed all this. I apologize. Thank you, chat, for bringing this up because somehow I missed this announcement because I heard they were keeping them the two separate and they were going to have a turn-based Like a Dragons and then they were going to have the regular mainline Yakuza. So forgive me. I totally missed that somewhere. Wow. I don't miss much, but man,
El Domingo to come to add on. Well, because back in the day, Like a Dragon was an old title before they switched it to Yakuza series. And then they decided to split the two brands, let them exist and to have a Like a Dragon spinoff.
Right. I knew that, but okay.
Yeah, because Chio Walker came in. Here's one for you, Pong. In Japan, the series is known as Ryu ga Gotoku, aka Like a Dragon.
Yes. yes. Very good. Okay. All right.
That's. I appreciate you, Chio. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I love that. I love the name.
It's just like there's another one that I always remember because whatever. That's neither here or there. A new limited edition Xbox Series X were made to celebrate Porsche's 75th anniversary.
Yep. Cool.
You know what this tells me though, Pong?
Yeah, Forza.
That Porsche is going to be a Forza.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Because that's always been a thing that's been like off and on throughout the years recently.
Yeah.
And the fact that
Porsche's
they're
tough with their license. Porsche's very tough with their license.
the fact that they're doing this lets me know that they're going to be a motorsport. They won, which is dope, right? To have that there. Nick says still knows Japanese. That boy guy's talent. Hey, I just try to say it as best as I can. That's from many years of just watching anime, man. And hopefully I'm saying it right. And I like, if anybody who's from Japan or if you're Japanese, you end up listening to this on the back end. Hey, say still you're a dumbass. You can't pronounce this shit. Stop it. Hey, and I'll tell you, hey, it's just the way I'm trying. All right, trying. Still, you have to be prepared before you play Yakuza games. Very story driven. I don't mind that. I like story driven games. I really like story driven games. Again, man, I'll take it back to Cyberpunk. Just using that as a recent example. I put 50 hours into that game, not because like, oh, I wanted to get the game over with. No, I was planning on just playing the game in its full breadth, but because I approach games in a way where I just put myself in that world and just take that experience for what it is. Once I started experiencing that story, like, yeah, I was doing side content stuff too, but I was so deep in that story where I was like, oh man, like what's about to happen next? Now what? Oh, Johnny's, let me talk to these people. Oh, I'll do a couple side missions, but damn, I just got a phone call. Let me continue the mission. And that's just, I love story driven games. I just hate when they are boring. That's the only thing. And then we had Fae Farm that is coming to Nintendo Switch and PC. Again, if you guys aren't familiar with the term Fae, it's in reference to fairies. So if you're into that kind of thing, it looked really, what is it? Stardew Valley-esque.
It's a farm sim.
What's the other game? My girls play it, man. It's on Switch right now. What's the name of the game, man? It's exactly like it, man. Whatever. I can't think of the name now. This is really stupid. I bring up Stardew Valley and I can't bring up fucking this game. That's gonna bother me because it's literally right there and I can't say it. Whatever. But yeah, if you're into that kind of thing, great, enjoy it. That's really going to bother me. I'm like thinking about it now. Marvel Snap's Conquest Mode was going to be added to the game next week. I didn't get any of that from what they showed. The trailer or whatever that was demonstrated, I didn't get that there's something else coming. Animal Crossing. Thank you, El Domingo, for getting that shit out of my goddamn head. Thank you, Animal Crossing.
We're both having problems today.
What the F, bro?
It's fine.
It was literally right there, and I couldn't say it.
What happened to me with Twin Peaks before? It's exactly what happened.
Couldn't say
Anyways,
weird. But yeah, the whole Marvel Snaps. Like, I love the energy. Of course, I'm that guy. But the trailer, the little video that they did, that was kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of plays into the stereotype of a gamer a lot in that aspect. And again, do what you want. But it's just really weird. I don't know. I don't play Marvel Snap anymore, so there's that. Yeah, I'm not a mobile gamer. Then you had King Arthur Legends Rise releasing on PC and mobile later this year with an open beta beginning on June 29th. So for those you want to check it out, I love King Arthur. I love the story of King Arthur. Also love the story of Alexander the Great. Anyway. Yeah, it's dope. King Arthur, check it out if you're into that. Then you had MMO Wayfinder that got a new trailer. Wayfinder again, it's going got a new trailer ahead of its early access. This is going to be like an open beta per se. Wayfinder is a fun game to play. This is another one that I do think it's unfortunate that it's not coming to all platforms, because I do think that this game would do really well coming to all platforms. But I don't think it's strong enough to be like, man, you should get a PlayStation or a PC to play this game. I won't say that, but I did enjoy what I played of the game. Now, that's all I can say about it. I am under NDA for Wayfinder, so I can't say anything else about the game. I can't say played it. I can't say I liked it.
You're an NDA dude. Let's go.
Like I say. They also announced the Unreal editor for Fortnite. That got a new trailer. Super dope. Yep. I don't like for people who want to use the Fortnite engine for that. I don't like Fortnite. I don't like the way it's set up. I wouldn't want to use the engine. If I could change the way that all that's set up, I'd probably play with it for a bit. Because I mean, I've been kind of dibbling, dabbling it in my interest of possibly getting into looking at game creation. Mainly because I got some games that I would like to make. I don't know if it'll be an MMO or whatever the case may be, but I got some ideas that I would like to possibly bring to fruition. I'd have to have characters and stuff like that. I'm way too over the top and critical, and I don't want to be in game development per se, unless it really started coming together.
You just want to be the idea giver. That's what you want.
I mean, I would jump into it like if it really became something special, right? We had a team. I was able to create a team of people that were really passionate about whatever we were creating. Of course, that makes an impact, but yeah, I don't know. Just stuff that I'm thinking about. Wizzy Tekken says, yo, brothers, just stopping by to say hi. I'm out and about right now, but have a wonderful, awesome stream and
you too,
day.
Wizzy.
God bless and much love always. Remember who's awesome. You're awesome. Later. Hey, I appreciate
shout out
that.
to Dusty. Shout out to Decado. Shout out to Tim the Sorcerer. Shout out to the Legend Dragonheart. Shout out to Mishi Miyagi. Shout out to Eastside Vandal. Shout out to El Domingo, Nix. Everybody still rocking with us. Appreciate y'all being here. Much love and respect to all of you.
Nice. Let's see. Then you have Stellaris Nexus and Space Trash Scavenger that were announced by Paradox. So if you're
4X grand strategy game that they are creating a mode, an expansion for. Stellaris gets tons of expansions, by the way. Stellaris is a great game. But this mode is meant to be played in an hour or under. So this is going to be like a roguelike version of a grand strategy game in Stellaris. So I'm interested in this. I love Stellaris. I played on console. So yeah, shout out to Paradox again coming through. This is going to be an interesting mode. So anyways.
Yeah, no, Wizzy, that's 100% that Slave Zero game that you showed me, bro. Like, you came through in the clutch on that one. That is a game that I'm definitely looking forward to. It's a game that's combining. It's a 2D platformer, action-based platformer, I should say. That's combining a lot of different elements of a lot of different games. It's involving that apparently they're implementing some of the system from BlazBlue. With like the cancels, Roman cancels and stuff like that in the game. It's like they're doing a lot with this, like adding some fighting game mechanics in there that seem to be super dope. It looks dope. It looks really dope. I appreciate you for sending that through, Wizzy. Hey man, we do need some more Horde Divorce. Hey, shout out to the Horde Divorce out there. Paradox is also releasing a 4-time strategy game called Star Trek Infinite. This is the one that got Jasper out of his seat, and he was quickly upset to find out there was a mobile game.
No, it's not a mobile game.
It's not a mobile game.
No. Where did this all start?
We assumed it was a mobile game at
first.
A
lot of people thought it was mobile.
No,
right?
when we saw the trailer, we first saw it, we said it was a mobile game.
Mobile game. It was a joke that was going to be mobile, right? And then they showed it, and everybody's like, "Yep, that's going to be mobile." No, but Paradox flashed on the screen. Then this is a Paradox game. This is going to be a grand strategy game. Another one in Star Trek. It's set during the Next Generation era, which both me and Jasper absolutely love. And we're going to have more on June the 16th. They're going to talk about it more. So next week. So it's going to be fun. I can't wait. Star Trek Grand Strategy.
It is a mobile game, Paul.
No, it's not.
It's a mobile game that's available on PC. On their official website, it says available on Apple and Google Play Store and PC.
I looked at the IGN article and they did not say it was a mobile
On
game.
Paradox Interactive's official website, Star Trek Infinite.
Okay. But it's coming to PC, right?
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of those mobile games you can play on PC.
Star Trek Infinite, their official Twitter account said, we've heard some questions and concerns from interested captains already, so while we're holding on to most of our cards until the full reveal on Picard Day next Friday, June 16th, we can tell you that Star Trek Infinite is not a mobile game.
Okay. Not a mobile game, but it's coming to mobile. That's weird.
That's from their Twitter account.
That's weird.
Maybe they're gonna have an app.
Yeah, maybe it's a different version or something. I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah. I'm just
That's really weird that you say it's available for Apple and Google on your official site, and then on there say, "Oh no, you don't have to worry about that."
I know. That's what I'm saying. I guess we'll find out more next week. All right. So
yeah, I guess so. That's really strange. Whatever. Yeah, that's really crazy. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't mind being wrong.
No, it's confusing to say the least.
Really weird.
It's very confusing. Yes.
Anyway, yeah, whatever. If it ends up being a full breadth game, then great. Star Trek. Yeah. Then Jasper will be excited. I just remember him being up and then he was way down at the end of it. I do remember that. A new clip. This is one of the most controversial clips that have went on these on the Twitter streets here recently. So much so that Peacock even used it as their thumbnail, which is really weird. But a new clip from Twisted Metal Show was featured.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we don't need to talk about this. Worst, awful, just terrible.
See now Jasper came out. He was like, "Stop playing with my emotions."
Exactly, Jasper. Their official Twitter account says it's not mobile, so we'll find out next week, brother.
We'll see. Yeah, no, the Twisted Metal Show that they demonstrated, that was the most cringiest thing I've seen in a while.
Yeah, okay.
It really was, and I don't know why they had to have Sweet Tooth hitting Anthony Mackie from the back. That was really weird. I don't know who the director was that said, "Yeah, this is gonna look good. Yeah, do this." I don't know why they thought that was okay, and who looked at that and said, "Yeah, put that in a game show. Yeah. People will love that." I don't get that. It was weird. Calorie says YouTube doesn't want me watching this. It's ended the stream for me 5 times.
Yeah, it's been clipping it. It's been clipping it nonstop. It comes right back again, Steel, but it resets it all over again. So whatever.
Whatever. I guess YouTube is hitting us upside the head. YouTube,
because right now it says we've only been going for like a minute.
Nice. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you for rocking and rolling. If YouTube's been acting up on your end, greatly apologize for that. Hopefully, things smooth out on the back end if you end up tuning in.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me. Lords of the Fallen got a date.
Yep. Yeah, the
October?
Future Game Show is going on right now. Yeah, so
nice.
They're announcing things.
Damn, October, huh?
Yeah, I was looking at Hazardors. Yeah, and it looks really good. They gave new gameplay too, Steel.
You get Forza, Lords of the Fallen, and Spider-Man all in the fucking same month at least?
And that's off of a September where you get Starfield, Mortal Kombat 1, and more. Yeah, that's going to be a run right there. It
sounds like starting in August, 90 days. For those 90 days, it's about to be buck wild. Fucking bananas. That gets me excited. Now, again, more games the merrier, but good Lord. Alvin says YouTube can try all it wants. I ain't going nowhere. Hey, I appreciate you.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
And Nick said the date is 10/13.
Yep.
Nice. Listfangle was announced. I don't remember what that was. And then Immortals of Avium received new gameplay trailer. And game looks interesting. Again, another one of those Doom-esque style games, dealing more so with magic on the forefront. The game looks good. I'm not gonna play it. I don't have any genuine interest in it. But it looks cool.
I have interest down the road. I'm not gonna play it out the gate, but I definitely have interest down the road. It looks really cool. So for sure, Listfango was that PC only game that I was interested in. It was an action RPG. It was called the Time Shift Warrior. Remember that was the one where it was top down view.
I do remember.
Action RPG, and you could reverse time.
Yeah,
while you were playing. Yeah. That one looked cool too.
That was that one did look interesting.
Yep.
All right. That was pretty much everything that was shown at Jeff Keighley's show.
Yep.
Again, overall, I give the show about a 7 out of 10. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't a mediocre show by any means, but it was well paced. There are a lot of good games there. I was able to pull out some things that I was interested in and excited for. And anytime that I'm able to do that, you're going to get those additional points from me. It definitely wasn't what Jeff Keighley seemingly hyped it up to be in some ways. But again, that's just me setting my own expectations. So there's that. The show was all right. Jeff Keighley is going to continue to get better at this as he has. Again, this show was definitely better than last year, and last year was better than the year previous. So he's obviously doing something right. And for him to be one of the main proponents of big faces that are able to step forward when times like something important like an E3 steps to the wayside, I think it's important for him to continue to grow it, right? Just continue to get better, Geoff. I'm gonna call you Geoff because I think it's funny.
Geoff.
Jeff, or whatever you want to call him. Keighley, continue to work on it. If you ever end up listening to the show, solid. You're doing good work out there. Not everybody's gonna respect it, but you're definitely moving in the right direction and you're improving every time. So that's my main takeaway from the show. Good stuff. It was a good way to really start the hype train, right, for this weekend. So. You said you were a 7 out of 10 also, Paul?
I was at a 7 out of 10, still at a 7 out of 10. I think overall the show was good. The pacing for the most part was good. There was some lulls in there. It's going to happen with Keighley's shows just because of all the stuff we talked about, advertising, celebrities, etc. It's going to happen in there, but overall, I did like the pacing. I liked the variety of games that were showing, and there was definitely a good list of games that I pulled out of there that I'm excited about or got updates about. And so overall, again, in a vacuum, I give it a 7 out of 10. Yeah. Absolutely. I thought it was a good show. So
yeah, I'm right there with you, Eastside Vandal. I think that's kind of the other thing too. I don't want to see any more trailers for fucking Immortals. Like, just have the game come out. You've kind of shown me too much, and I've kind of like. It was cool the first 3 times that you showed me. Now it's like, okay. But nonetheless.
They got a lot riding on it. It was an expensive game. It's Unreal Engine 5. You can tell they put a lot of work and time and effort into it. So they are pumping
It'll probably be a good game. It'll probably be a decent, solid game. So, here goes 3-Bit. You say you guys are really going to enjoy tomorrow's show. We'll no longer have to hide.
I can't wait to get your reactions, 3-Bit. I can't wait to hear.
I want to find out what you've been holding back.
What you knew. Right, that's what I can't wait.
And he probably got some more information today. He probably got some more information.
He's probably been talking to people and he does know more. So I can't wait till 3-Bit. It's gonna be fun, man.
I can't wait. Tomorrow is going to be.
Yeah.
Speaking of tomorrow,
let's talk.
I think this is the perfect time to jump in there.
We should have started off with this actually, but that's how we always do it.
Probably. Summer Games Fest was bigger. That happened. So.
Real quick, Steele, before we hop in, Devolver Digital was a short show, only a few games shown. Let me pop this in here real quick. Devolver, if you did not watch the Devolver Showcase, please go check it out. It is like they sat in Devolver's always like this, but they changed the formula up. We talked about this on Indie Show too. Shout out to Indie Gamer again for having me on. It was awesome. I was on there with Judzilla and Luke Steele.
Shout out to Day of the Devs too, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Day of Devs too, Steele, which you got to do with Indie.
Great show.
Devolver is always original, doesn't hit for everybody. They've had this formula, over the past, few years where they were doing these skits, these big long skits, right? They always will do that, but it was based around them a lot, right? This year they changed it up and went to this whole fake video game character called Volvi. It's like literally they sat around, the writers did, and they did acid and shrooms and all sorts of illicit drugs and came up with this idea. But it works because it's Devolver and they have such talented people over there that they pull it off. This Volvi skit was absolutely incredible in a weird way. And that's what I love about it. But shout out to the show. They showed off the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. Shadows of the Damned Remastered is in development from Suda51 and Grasshopper Manufacturer. Peak Suda game from the 360 era, a cult classic that not everybody has had the opportunity to enjoy. They are remastering this. This is one of the games I never thought I'd see come back around again, much like Chainsaw Lollipop. Listen, if you never played Shadows of the Damned, when this game drops remastered, if you like Suda 51 games, that wild Eastern flavor doesn't have to make sense to me, is crazy enough that it's fun, you have to give Shadows of the Damned a try. The weapons in that game are phenomenal. The fact that they're remastering this was a huge surprise for me. One of the biggest surprises over the past couple of days. I'm so excited for it, Steel, that a whole new group of people are going to enjoy this game. Again, cult classic. Go check out Shadows of the Damned remaster when it drops. Wizard with a Gun, indie game. Demos now available on Steam. If you have not seen Wizard with a Gun, it is coming to console as well. Action RPG, looter with crafting. They expanded upon what we've seen so far. Go check out that trailer. The art direction is phenomenal. The animation is gorgeous. Love this game. I'm excited for that. They also showed off the Talos Principle 2, which we saw at the Sony showcase. Puzzler game. If you're into puzzlers, challenging puzzles with a very deep narrative behind it, go check out Talos Principle 2. Baby Steps and Human Fall Flat 2. So that's what they showed, but overall their show was fantastic. Again, the Volvi thing was, for me, was hilarious, was awesome. So I just want to give a shout out to Devolver Digital real quick there, Steel. Are you with me? Oh, you left. You left. So I'll continue to talk. So we've got the Xbox showcase, the main event coming up on Sunday. Tomorrow, it all begins. And I guess I'll take the lead here a little bit and start this off. So we've been hearing a lot as far as what's going to go in this showcase. Not just from the community. No, that's okay. No, that's okay, Steel. I got it. No, that's okay. You do your thing. I'm just setting up the Xbox showcase.
Okay,
here.
perfect.
So we've been hearing a lot, not just from the community this time, hype-wise, but Xbox themselves, their executives, their social media team has been hyping this as well. Obviously, we got the tease, or what we all believe is the tease, and we pretty much got confirmation at this point that it was. With the glitter, with the Fable-like music, we got that. That was a huge deal. We've got Aaron Greenberg out here saying, I'm not tempering expectations. Just want you to come with an open mind. Love to see all the hype. Again, the confidence level. We talked about this earlier in the show. There's people out at LA right now that have been sitting down with Aaron Greenberg and other people from Xbox. You know, Lord Cognito, Jez is out there. Shout out to Jez. We heard on Randall Thor and Gaz yesterday on the Xbox 2 that everybody that they're talking to says that confidence level is palpable out there when you're meeting the people from Xbox. They've given all the signs, Steel, here, and we heard it from Phil at the interview that he had with I'm losing names because I got too much on my mind right now. Anyways, we heard at the interview with Phil how excited he was to get to the showcase, that's what they were all leaning into right now, that he finally could see the roadmap. This is all leading up to tomorrow, Steel. And we already know we're getting Starfield Direct. And again, that's my biggest Christmas gift of the year, right? To see Todd on stage showing off Starfield. But the show itself, Steel, it really feels like this is the one where they are finally going to break open the dam, at least part way, because we know all these games have been in development. In fact, we've seen a lot of the games teased in the past, 2020, right? We knew these games were coming, but we haven't had anything concrete from them for so long. We've heard whispers, we've heard smoke, we've heard people leaving studios, we've heard all this stuff, but we haven't seen anything again. From your Avoweds, right? From your Perfect Darks, from your Fables, we only got code names. In Exile, Compulsion, we have got code names. We got light descriptions of what supposedly the games are going to be, but we have no idea. I think this is the showcase that, Steel, we finally get a glimpse behind the curtain, that they're ready to give us as fans, as consumers, when it comes to their first party AAA home runs that they've got lined up, and they've got a lot of them, that we're going to finally start to see what these teams have been doing for these years and why it's been so long. And I am hyped beyond belief. Again, Starfield already starts me at a 10. But to know now at this point, or to really have like 99 percentile on some of these games that we're going to see them tomorrow, I am over the moon right now. And the fact that we don't have Greenberg coming out here saying temper your expectations just leads me to believe that Xbox tomorrow, June 11th, 2023, comes to play, Steel. Comes to show everybody why you need to invest in this ecosystem. Where are you at with this, Steel? What do you think, generally speaking, this show is going to tell us tomorrow about Xbox, about the state of Xbox, where we're moving forward, and where's your hype level for tomorrow?
Ooh, well, I think tomorrow's show is going to be a perfect opportunity to get back in that bag. It's like we did in the beginning of the Xbox One generation, like what PlayStation did with This Is How We Share Games. This is Xbox's perfect opportunity to not only bite back, but potentially maybe break an arm or two, man. The reason I'm so excited, and not just because I'm a fan of gaming, I'm a fan of Xbox, whatever the case may be. It's more so of Xbox finally stepping into its final form, right? And this is something that's been teased for quite some time. Since 2017, they've been trying to work on getting everything back in line and get it together, especially when they brought Game Pass into the fold. And, ever since I heard the phrase that Phil said that we wanted a game every quarter, I've always imagined what that would look like, right? Because on a yearly level, right, and the type of games that we've traditionally gotten, especially out of first party, you typically only get maybe one or two a year, right? It's not always a lot that comes out from first party on a year-to-year basis. You see, especially here recently, it seems to be a bit less, or maybe there's a year, then there's an off year, or maybe there's a couple off years, and they bounce back, and there's a year of dreams like PlayStation did, for an example. But for me, I want to see Xbox finally take advantage and hear, not only hear, but put to the test a lot of the things that we have complained about, not only with like marketing, for an example, but giving people the reason to be excited for the console. No matter how I feel about the gaming industry and how I approach gaming, at the end of the day, you still need things to help identify what your brand is. And Xbox, within the last decade, has had a huge problem with brand identity. And I want them to be able to go out tomorrow and say, hey, this is what Xbox do. This is the kind of games that are coming. This is the lined up. We are the home of that Western RPG. We are the home of multiplayer gaming. And we are also the home of accessibility. To add to that conversation, I want to kind of go with, and again, it blipped out again, so sorry guys if you're missing out some things. I kind of want to lean with I'm only going to go with a few things that I kind of expect, or I would like to see to kind of make the show my perfect show, right? I've had other people ask me this question throughout the week. I was on with Boom, and we had some conversation about that also. And like Nix is saying in the chat, yes, 100% Nix, change the narrative. This is the opportunity for you to do that exact thing, and for there to be no longer any questions. This is where you throw Redfall out of the picture. This is where you throw all of the lack of first party games of 2022 out of the window. You just hit people upside the head and give them non-stop action packed gameplay, excitement, and hype that is just going to be unmeasurable. I'm going to do this by going through a few things that I'm looking to expect from the showcase. One, well, I'm not even going to include this as one, because I do feel like the pacing of the show is going to be immaculate. If I'm going to base it off of the last year's show, I thought it was solid. I think I gave last year's show like an 8 or something like that, out of 10, or 7 out of 10. I think I gave that one, but it was very, very, very well paced. I think this time around, it's about to be like, why so serious? Now we about to be going back to back, like Reagan said to Meek Mill. I'm just saying. For me, there's a few things that would really drive me over the moon that I personally want to see. And again, I am going to throw some things. I might do three of my personal expectations, and then three of what I expect to be there or what I believe will be there. So, one of what I would want to be there, and Pong is probably going to be on this train with me. I heard you talk about it last night on the back end of Xbox Ultimate. Excuse me. Oh goodness! Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Goodness gracious. The number one for me is going to be Armored Core 6 coming in the Game Pass. And I know this sounds like I'm going above and beyond. Oh, wow. Why would FromSoft put that game in Game Pass? And, they just made so much success off an Elden Ring. Let me tell you guys something. Armored Core is not a successful series. It's not. In comparison to other games, it is not. It has barely been able to sell 1 million copies anytime a game has released. And I do think that Armored Core was one of those games or one of those IPs that was just too ahead of its time, right? Armored Core is also not an easy game to play for most people. With those things in mind, and because of the reinvigoration that I think Elden Ring has given them, I would like to see the game come into Game Pass because it is a co-op PvP game, right? It has multiplayer aspects to it. And I think Game Pass would help people understand what this mech game is, right? Because it's one thing to it's just a mech game. Oh, well, it's going to be like all these other ones. No, it's not. Armored Core is very different in many ways. And it is one of those games where you either like it or you don't. And you'll find out very quickly within the first hour of your game time whether you like it or you don't. Because the game hasn't traditionally sold the greatest, it coming into Game Pass, and I think it's going to sell well regardless because of what From Software has done with Elden Ring. So that hype is already there. I think it's going to do all right. But I think Game Pass is going to help give it the longevity that I would want, that I am looking for, and give it a consistent player base so that even people who are maybe scared of the FromSoft branding, because you know what kind of comes with that, where you at least give it a try, right? You give it a try, and maybe you end up buying the DLC, right, down the road. Maybe you find a mech game that you never expected. Maybe you weren't even a mech fan like that. You played this FromSoft. Maybe you're a Souls fan, but you don't like mechs. But you jump into this one because it's on Game Pass, and you're like, man, this is the greatest game I've ever played. There is that possibility. Now, for me, I'm very jaded. I'm already a mech fan. Armored Core has always spoken to me in many different ways. The main thing that I want to really get is, of course, some more gameplay. I want to see somebody run maybe 5 minutes of a mission. You can clip it up a little bit, but I want you to give me a little bit more gameplay. Give me something juicy. But I think that would really jive the excitement. And like Pong has mentioned previously, I do feel that FromSoft owes Xbox One after Elden Ring. I was kind of pulled from under the rug for Xbox, right? Because there was rumors back then that it was coming into, was going to be kind of coming into Game Pass or whatever. The Xbox was going to have the marketing deal and all those great things. So that's going to be number one for me. Armored Core coming to Game Pass, giving more people more access to it than ever before. It being the most sold game, Armored Core game that they've ever had. That would blow my mind and push me over the moon. 2, I would like to see a Gears collection. I thought about this more and more because Gears, to me, is an extremely important franchise. Gears is the only game that ever pulled me away from Halo. Gears is what made me look at third-person games differently, right? Especially shooters, right? Ghost Recon did that, but that's more like a tactical, military-style shooter. So it's different. Mm-hmm. Gears showed me what fluidity looks like in a third-person action game, right? Third-person shooter. And there's nothing like Gears, especially that original trilogy. And because the PC gamers have not had that experience, again, you had to have a console to play those games until 4 and 5 released. And I know Gears Ultimate came to PC. I would love to see them bring the collection out, 1, 2, and 3. And I know people are like, well, it's already up-res to 4K, this, that, and other thing. But how great would it be if they were able to remaster the games in Unreal 5? Have them basically looking better than they've ever had before. Now that might end up being a remake or whatever the case. My overall point, I would just love for them to give it the Ultimate Edition treatment, whether you call that Gears of War Ultimate Collection. I think that would ring bells, and that multiplayer would help reinvigorate your fan base. Because the problem with Gears right now is that so many people have fallen off the bandwagon of what Gears was, because it has become it's not a new player friendly game to play. You go into multiplayer, try to play it, you're gonna get smacked around by people who've been playing the game since the very beginning. And I'm not saying that they won't do that when the collection comes back out, but those games also play very differently. And now you're bringing it over to PC to potential fan base that could really end up blowing it up more. And how else do you reinvigorate the franchise by going back classic, and then also making the announcement and maybe showing me a trailer that Gear 6 is about to be fucking gritty. And actually, I'll go out on a limb. I think Gear 6 is going to be a return to the classic trilogy, mainly because of how Gears 5 ended. It's about to get real dark, especially if you understood the things that Kate was going through and how they were demonstrating it. I think it's about to go super dark for Gear 6. It's going to be a return to greatness. So that'll be my number 2. Gears of War Ultimate Collection. I think it'll be super dope. Number 3. Me and Pong have talked about this multitude of times. We talk about a lot of things. That Eastern flavor. Xbox, stop playing. If you can't get these other popular games, you can't get a Genshin, you can't get a Honkai, you can't get whatever else, because PlayStation's maybe in that pocket and maybe they got better deals over there. I don't know whatever it is. But Xbox, I need you to grab a Black Myth Wukong. I need you to grab a Chrono Odyssey. I need you to grab something to really show people that Eastern flair matters, that diversity truly does matter, that those trips that you made out to Japan, Phil, they weren't for nothing, right? We already see it with Atlas and the teas and the leaks that we saw for Persona.
Very good start. Very good starts.
Right? Something that's classically been only on PlayStation. And now not only is it coming to Xbox, but it's coming to Game Pass. That's fucking wild. So obviously something's going in the right direction. If Armored Core is on that, they're already setting the standard. They're already setting the stage to move that direction. But if I see a Black Myth Wukong, for an example, and it doesn't have to be Black Myth, right? I'm gonna leave it open. It doesn't have to be Black Myth. But I want to see them dip back in their multiplayer bag. This is what you were good at. This is what made your console so damn successful. It was multiplayer gaming. Get a Chrono Odyssey, an MMO, brand new, looks fucking fantastic. Give them some support. Say, hey, get in there like you did with Bethesda and Starfield. I know that's different because it's in-house, but send the team over there and be like, look, I like the idea that y'all got. We want to send some people over to make sure you can deliver the best product possible, as long as we can bring it into Game Pass. We'll cut a deal. Don't know what you're gonna get. We'll even do some, depending on what your monetization scheme is. We'll even cut you into that, right? So you can continue to get those residuals and whatnot. I think that would be the perfect scenario with those three things happening. And 100%, Knicks. I want them to get the cojones. I want them to really reach down deep, get an entire handful, and just lift it up from between your legs. So sometimes it gets stuck back there. It gets a little sticky. No. Lift it up.
What are we doing? What are we doing,
man? Lift it up. Listen, let's get it going.
What are we doing?
Let's get it going. But those are my three.
Sticky.
Yeah, it gets sticky. It happens, man. Got to pull it out. Make sure it's good to go. Get a wipe or something. Get yourself cleaned up.
Listen. I do not approve of this message.
No, you don't like that?
Chat.
Okay. But yeah, so those are my three out there. For the three that I expect to be there, that I think are going to be there officially. Let's see. I do think that Fable's going to be there with gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What else I want to throw in there? I do think. Again, this is going to be official. I'm trying to be as realistic as possible.
Fuzzy, don't encourage this. From
Muda Cheese, yes, sir. Get Manscaped. Hey, I mean, Manscaped helps, but sometimes you still gotta pull it out and get stuck.
Okay. 3 expectations.
So yeah, Fable will be one with gameplay. I'm definitely expecting that. Well, what else we're gonna get there, man? I'm so bad with going with first party off the top of the dome. I think I might end up being obvious, and I haven't been obvious all week. This is the funny part. Come to my own show, and I'm gonna be as obvious as fucking possible. Splinter Cell, I think, is gonna be announced here.
Whoa!
Officially.
Wow.
Xbox cut a deal.
It would blow my mind if it did, but really? Okay. All right.
FarQ says, "Still, how dare you say things like that? My ears are not used to those types of words." But I think Splinter Cell. I want to make that a for sure thing, just because how dope would it be to have Splinter Cell on the Xbox stage, the green lights, the green with the Xbox. I think and Splinter Cell, and Xbox was the home of Splinter Cell too, so it's like, how dope would that be for it to come back and really come back into its prime form? That would be super. Dragonheart Yobi says, "Okay, still, you have ingested too many Horde of Wars. Relax, my guy." I think so. It's too many. Then the final one. Let's see. It's the final countdown. What are we gonna wrap? Not wrap it up, but what else are we gonna add in there that I think would be pretty dope? Let's see. I think there's another game that I'm thinking of, but I can't picture all of a sudden. Nonetheless, I think the next thing that I would probably throw out there, and again, this is going to be super obvious. No, I don't think Splinter Cell was announced, Dragonheart. There's been some rumors.
No, it's been announced. It was an official blog post 2 years ago. Yeah, but they didn't show anything.
That's what I mean.
They confirmed that it's being rebooted, right? That's what they confirmed. So, yep.
You know what? Screw it. I'm going out there. And it's only because I just want this game. There's been so many rumors about it that it's so funny that people don't want it that I'm just going to include it as it's going to for sure be there. It's going to be Scalebound, man.
Where's Rand when you need him to get upset? Oh my god,
Scalebound.
You actually just said Scalebound.
Yeah, it's official.
Oh god,
that's why 3-bit is saying you got to tailor your expectations. Scalebound's going to be there. It's Platinum is getting back in the good graces of Xbox, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna work on that game. We're gonna get it right. We're gonna put it out, and that's gonna be a start of a brand new great relationship. And Platinum's gonna put out hitters from that point forward. I don't think that's going to end up happening, but
I'm still down. I'm down. I've been on board with giving Platinum another chance. Yeah.
Me and you both. Outside of that, that's pretty much it. I don't want to go with any other obvious ones. I want to throw something out there for fun. Again, whatever I ended up seeing, Tim the Sources said, "You made me spill my beer."
I was not expecting you to go there.
Hey man, fucking why not?
Anyway,
but Pong.
Yeah.
What are you looking for out of this showcase? What are you expecting? Some realistic.
Yeah.
Start with your fun ones and then go into some realistic ones.
I'm listen. Everything right now is on the table for me when it comes to this showcase, right? I think we do have some surprises in store. I think there are things that we weren't expecting that will be here. I think there will be at least a couple of those. But listen, just from what we believe to be really a good chance of being there, right? We're talking about almost for sure. Avowed, Starfield.
I wanted to leave that one out.
Forza, Fable,
mm-hmm.
right? And what's the other one I'm missing? Hellblade 2. That's 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
5 that we are pretty sure. That's 5 first-party AAA. Then you got In Exile, Compulsion, right? That makes 7 Steel. 7 first-party AAA games, okay? Then you got something like an Indiana Jones, which we don't know if it's going to be exclusive or not, but we expect that it's still going to be AAA. That puts you at 8. I think the potential is there for those 8 to show up. Now, whether or not you consider ZeniMax Online AAA, I believe they're going to show up with whatever game they've been working on for the past 4 years. They've got at least two projects right now. One of them's been in the works for at least 4 years. That's ready to show. You're starting to push 9, potentially 10 if they have a real surprise in there. That's why I say this showcase could be one for the books. And I expect at least those main 5 to be there. And I expect at least either In Exile or Compulsion to be there. Both would be fantastic. This is going to blow everything out of the water. So those are my expectations right there. Those 5 to show up and show out. Okay. This is why my hype is over the moon at this point, because right there you have a showcase that not too many publishers can put together already. And again, this is Xbox without ABK. So this is just what they've accumulated, but this is what we've been talking about and expecting now since they made all these acquisitions. Again, these devs aren't sitting around drinking coffee, painting their nails, twiddling their thumbs. They're out here working and making games. And when we talked about 25 plus studios, 40 plus games in the works, eventually you got to show this stuff. So my expectations are all of those. And Greenberg has already confirmed no CGI trailers, Steel. Which again, I like CGI trailers. I'm not one of those people that hate CGI trailers. I don't care. But the fact that he already came out and said no CGI trailers for the first party, that means it's all going to be in-game, right? Not necessarily gameplay, but in-engine cinematics are included in that. You can announce, and I saw a lot of people go, well, we're not going to get any new games announced then. Well, no, you could still do in-engine cinematics to announce a game. 100%. A Gears of War can get a teaser as far as a splash screen, or in-game or in-engine, but they could also just get a splash screen, right, with a title. That's still not considered CGI.
No.
So there are still ways to announce games. So let's say those show up, Steel. You already hit on a couple of them. Obviously, Gears of War, right? Gears of War in some form or fashion, whether it is just a title screen of Gears of War 6, or whether or not they back that up also with the Marcus Phoenix collection. Anything from Coalition showing up there for Gears would be stellar at this point. I think that would be awesome. Indiana Jones is another one, Steel, that I want to see. I think that this is the time. I know the movie hasn't gotten the greatest reviews out the gate. I understand that. But there is still talk about Indiana Jones from the movie perspective. I think you have to piggyback off of that. And again, you don't have to show me the world. Show me in-engine Indiana Jones with his classic whip, right? Taking off the hat, putting the hat on, whatever, with the Indiana Jones music in the background. And, give me a year, 2024, 2025. I don't care. That would be gigantic for this as well. Whatever they show from Fable, I am confident that it is going to be amazing. I am confident in Playground Games. I'm confident in talking to somebody like 3-Bit who has extensive knowledge that this is going to show well. That even if they do a flyover of the environment or show us off, some basic, just here's a town, right? Here's what the town's going to look like with some NPCs walking around in it.
Yeah.
Fine. I know it's going to show well. I'm cool with that as long as I can gather the atmosphere that you're going for. There's been a lot of question about how they're going to do Fable in 2023. Obviously, the old Fables were a product of their time. It has British humor, which isn't for everybody, but they have to have in the game. Now, I've heard people go back and forth about the farting and all that kind of stuff, whether or not we need that stuff. Listen, have fun with this game. But if they want to take Fable in a more adult direction,
I wouldn't mind that.
If they want to grow up Fable, but keep the highbrow British humor in there, I'm all about that. Like, this is Playground's game. I don't expect this to necessarily be like the old Fable games. And from the trailer, I think they are going in a different direction. We've also seen some concept art from some of the artists steal over the past couple of years. High fantasy, some really dark areas, if they go that route, I'm all about it. Avowed. You know my love of Obsidian. Obsidian has been the younger brother to Bethesda for a long time now. For a lot of people. Some people will say Obsidian's better. I totally understand why you say that. Obsidian is becoming the most important studio for Xbox. I've always said it, Obsidian is probably the closest thing or potentially could surpass Insomniac for Xbox in terms of putting out quality consistently. And Avowed is something that we've heard rumors that they, maybe reset some things at some point in development. They moved to Unreal Engine 5, which we know about. But when you tell me that Obsidian is making an Elder Scrolls-like game within the Pillars of Eternity universe, you've got my attention. You've had my attention now for years. We got that short clip that, whether it was, in engine or whether it was actual gameplay with them casting. If they're going to go with that whole hand casting thing and it's going to have complex spells and that kind of stuff, fantastic. The Pillars of Eternity universe, as I've said many times, even if you haven't played the games because they're turn-based strategy, old school CRPG style games, you got to know that the lore is deep. They already had the lore already built out for them. Pillars of Eternity lore is on another level. So you combine that with Obsidian moving to a first-person, maybe third-person option like Elder Scrolls. You move them into that world with that lore already built in. I already know this is going to blow me out of the water. Now, scope-wise, that's the thing I'm curious about. Are we getting an Outer Worlds type experience versus a Fallout? Is this going to be Obsidian's smaller scope of Elder Scrolls? Or are they going big? Are they going all out? That's what I'm curious to see. I think we see and find out more here about Avowed because I think Avowed is next year, whether it's early next year, if Hellblade 2 drops this year, if they squeeze that in, and Avowed is springtime next year, great. Otherwise, if Hellblade 2 gets pushed to early 2024, then I think Avowed is your summer, maybe fall big RPG, depending on what else you got lined up. This is coming sooner than later, folks. We're going to see some Avowed. Forza Motorsport is automatically going to be a showcase style. It's automatic. It's a win. It's W. It's over with. Forza, I already know is going to show out. I'm waiting for Tuesday when they do the deep dive into the campaign, the single player campaign of Forza. That's what I really want to see. Whatever they're going to show at this showcase is going to be absolutely spectacular. Can't wait to see Forza. Hellblade 2, if it shows up here, which more and more people are saying it is going to show up here, they need to show us the combat. I think that's the big thing for Hellblade 2. I'm not going to be disappointed if they don't, but I do think they need to show us how the actual combat is going to, how the combat has evolved from the first Hellblade, which was very simple. They talked a lot about and showed a lot about how much work all their actors went into, training for the combat scenarios. I want to see why you did all that training. I want to see that hand-to-hand melee combat in Hellblade 2. Again, I won't be disappointed if it's not there. Whatever shows up for Hellblade 2, again, Ninja Theory, all the faith in the world. This is going to set the bar graphically for probably all games. I think this probably will come out and be the most graphically impressive game that we've seen yet on console.
And sonically, I think too. Wow, 100%.
And sonically, and of course
the first
the sound.
one was.
Yeah, this is. Yes,
Again,
the sound is going to be.
If you played the first Hellblade and didn't wear headphones, you missed out an entire experience. It's just like Diablo. Diablo's the same thing. Like I actually turned my music, my audio volume up for like the music and everything because the fucking music in Diablo is fucking outstanding. But anyway,
yep, absolutely. So Hellblade 2, I think, is going to show up here, and you know my far out stuff is the ZeniMax. Well, I mean. You already talked about Armored Core 6. I've been on that. The Eastern side of things, they got to have another year like they did last year, Steel, where they show off, like you said, that they're serious about the East. Getting Armored Core 6, and now we know Persona 3 Remake is there. Persona 5 Tactica is there. If my kind of far out, Steel, is because Atlas is so heavy, they tease Persona 6 here at this showcase.
Oh, wow.
And show the world that Persona 6 is going to be on Xbox. Because there's still people who honestly believe that PlayStation is going to wrap that up. You ain't wrapping up Atlas anymore.
You think it's going to go everywhere?
Right, yeah, it's going everywhere. But I think you tease at the Persona 6 here and show the world how close Sega Atlas is with Xbox now. That they give it the stage, right? That they put it on Xbox's stage. I would love to see Persona 6 here. And then I do want to see something like a commitment by Xbox. And again, this isn't a require for me. When I talk about this stuff, this is stuff that I want to see from Xbox. Knowing what they want to do in the East, this isn't a requirement. I'm not going to be disappointed if it doesn't happen, but they need something like a Black Myth Wukong on that stage still. They need to show the commitment to the East, especially after losing like Stellar Blade.
Yeah.
Which again, you can claim that the Eastern games aren't for you. They're not your flavor. They're not your style. They're still they're still niche. They're still small. Listen, those types of games do make an impression outside of the United States, outside of Europe. There's something. Stellar Blade is being talked about a lot because of the aesthetic alone. Okay, that game sets itself apart, and I would love to see something like a Black Myth Wukong in response to that. That Xbox heard the community when Black Myth first showed up on the scene, and everybody was like, "My God, what is this game?" Now, I hope you did your homework, Xbox. I hope you went into the studio.
Yeah.
I hope you checked things out, made sure it was legit, all that kind of stuff, because we are seeing a lot of games now come with questions because there's a lot of talent popping up over in the East. And we just saw this with Sony's showcase. You know, you got to wonder how much of it's real. But assuming they did their homework, checked out the studio, dropped the bag, I want to see Black Myth Wukong or something unknown that we haven't heard about. Again, Wo Long showed up last year without us ever knowing that it was in existence, right? I want to see them go do that. I want to see them get that. Really out there, Killer Instinct has still got to be announced. Even as a not the biggest fighter fan, as somebody who just enjoys butt mashing, I still know the place that Killer Instinct has in the Xbox's ecosystem, and it needs a comeback. And I'd love to see Killer Instinct somewhere in the showcase, whether it's Bandai Namco, whether it's one of Ed Boon's other project, NetherRealm's other projects, whatever the case may be. You don't have to give us gameplay. Just give us all you got to do, right, is you just got to give us the Killer Instinct logo, and it's over with, right? That the internet's going to go nuts that knowing that it's going to come back. I'd love to see Killer Instinct. And then something licensed IP Steel, something Wonder Woman showing up there from WB as, marketing rights. It doesn't have to be exclusive. It doesn't even have to come in Game Pass day and date. It'd be great if it did. It doesn't have to, but get the marketing rights for licensed IP like Wonder Woman. That would be awesome to have them on the stage, WB. And then ZeniMax Online, whatever they've got going on. Talked about it earlier. If it is a licensed IP, hats off to them. If this is a deal that ZeniMax did prior to the acquisition, then show it off, show it well, whether it's Star Wars, whatever it winds up being. If it's Marvel, fantastic. ZeniMax Online really could come through with a big IP here and give us a game that we haven't seen done right in a while. And as far as an MMO goes or multiplayer game, ZeniMax Online knows what they're doing. Just look at ESO and how long and how much that has grown.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. I trust in ZeniMax Online to do it right. So give me that showcase right there. Throw it in there with the third-party stuff that we know about, the indies, Silk Song, Replaced. If Stalker 2 is ready to show now the Stalker 2 devs came out and said through their Discord channel, their community manager said it's not going to be here. So if it's not ready to show, I'm fine with that. But you've got a lot of third-party titles. We talked about it earlier, Flintlock, Steel, that were due out this year that we haven't seen or heard from in a while. We know Silk Song got kind of delayed. We need a release dates. Show those off again. I want to see replaced, but fill it out, round it out with the third-party titles that I know you guys have been cutting deals with. And I think you've got the makings of the best Xbox showcase potentially ever coming tomorrow. And that's how excited I am for this showcase. I really am. Like this, I know they're going to blow us out of the water. I know they are.
No, they are. Huh?
Again, the only way it doesn't steal is if the games show up and look like shit, right? That's the only way. If the games show up and look like Xbox One 360 era games, that's the only way. But this is only the first step. As I said before, this doesn't change everything. Even if they crush the showcase tomorrow, it's 11 out of 10. It doesn't change anything till the games are in our hands, like Phil said. That's when the real work begins, Steel. They've got to launch these games at quality. They've got to play well. They've got to live up to whatever we see tomorrow. They've got to live up to those standards through the actual control of the game, the mechanics, the feel. That's all got to be there. But I have the utmost faith. I still do. I know people out here saying, how can you trust Xbox? I've heard a lot of this nonsense this week. How can you trust Xbox anymore? I don't trust them. There's nothing that they've done that proves me that they can pull this off, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I still have faith in Xbox. I still have faith in the vision. I have faith in all the devs underneath them. And yes, you can say, well, Redfall proves that that's wrong. Arcane never missed. But again, we've been through that situation. One game does not tell me the studio suddenly lost its way and doesn't know how to make games anymore. Nah, they tried something different in Redfall. They had, again, like I said, I would have been in there. I would certainly been more hands-on than Xbox was. There's some blame to lay at Xbox feet, but that all started before Xbox's acquisition. Arcane tried to do something different. They lost a lot of talent, which sucks. But Arcane,
they were told to do something different.
Yeah, they were told to do something different by ZeniMax. But at the end of the day, ZeniMax leadership is, Arcane's leadership is still there. They still are the studio that just put out Deathloop. Yes, different studio. I know Arcane Lyon versus Arcane Austin. I get all that. But there's still the collective Arcane that has made some critically acclaimed games through the years. And I have the utmost faith in them. I have the utmost faith in Obsidian to pull off an Avowed. I obviously have the most up faith in Playground Turn 10 to do what they do best over there. Even Playground trying something new. I believe with the talent that they brought in, they can pull that off. And obviously, I believe in Todd Howard and the Bethesda A team, and they're going to show up tomorrow and just blow it out of the water. And then surprises of surprises. Whatever id's working on, Steel, and we know they've been working on something, that could be number 10, right? Whatever they're working on, we could have 10 first-party AAA games tomorrow. We could. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we potentially could. If id shows up in Quake Reboot or whatever they've been working on, let's do it. I want to see that as well. That's my big surprise for the show if id shows up there and shows us what they got.
That's dope, man. I like a lot of those picks that you ended up putting in there. A lot of built up excitement. I like that. You saying that you're expecting for the show to just hit it out of the park, and I do agree with you. Again, if you miss this opportunity, Xbox, there's a lot more that I have to have at question.
There's a lot more problems.
Yeah, like that. That means you're completely disconnected. You got Aaron Greenberg out here, not tempting expectation, but kind of adding to it. You have other community people that are coming out and speaking in positively, and unfortunately, the expectation is set, and people know that. Well, at least for us, we know that there's things on the horizon that you haven't shown that you need to show. You also you have to start conversation. You have to make the hardcore fan base talk about you positively so they can pass that information to their friends. so that more people, word of mouth gets out there. Oh man, did you see Starfield? That game looks fucking crazy. That's Bethesda. That's Todd Howard. Bro, like the last time I played a game was I played one of their games was Oblivion, bro, and I've been kind of busy, real life. They see Starfield, they get the hype. You mean the same team that made Oblivion is making Starfield? Oh, Elders. Oh. Yeah, I got to get this game. I got to get it. It is, Starfield is definitely one of those games, along with many of the other things that you could announce possibly at this show. I'm excited for it. I'm highly interested. And again, tomorrow can't come quick enough. That's why I got to put this down with the fair today. So that tomorrow can definitely be quite a lengthy day. I gotta make sure I get some additional snacks. I got some beef jerky I got the other day next to me, ready to go. I love some good beef jerky, sweet teriyaki beef. Ooh.
We're gonna be talking a lot tomorrow, Steel.
Sweet baby Ray's. Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
gotta make sure. I got a whole nother gallon of water right here set up. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be good to go, man. I'm ready. I'm gonna be locked in. A lot of podcasts to be done tomorrow. And hopefully you guys can come join us. With that, I do have to get ready to skedaddle here in a little bit. We did end up doing a 4-hour show, though. I thought it was going to end up being a little less than that. Not a little bit. I thought we were going to keep it more close to 3. I thought you had something to do, too, because you said 3 hours, and I was like,
well, I do have a lot of stuff to get done, right? And I got Box's show that I got to go hop on, that I'm going on. Later. I mean, it's an hour from now, right?
Okay.
So I was thinking that maybe we'd do 3 hours and then get out of here and I'd be able to get some stuff done and come back and do Box's show. But now I'll just wind up doing it after Box's show, which is whatever. I don't have the shop tonight. No shop tonight because PTK's in LA. So, but I want to get on some Diablo too.
Oh, I'll be on this evening.
We still gaming, right?
I'll be on this evening. I'll let you get everything done that you need to get done. So that way that tonight it will be. I want to be able to go to sleep, right?
Yes.
I want to go to sleep so late that I wake up and the show is ready.
I'm just
no, I won't be able to do it. I'm a dad.
But I'm so excited about Starfield right now, Steel. I'm so excited. I don't know
tomorrow,
how I'm
Brody.
Sleep.
Tomorrow.
I know, but I just and I'm excited because I'm feeling pressure because I got to get that collector's edition pre-ordered when it goes live tomorrow, and I want to get the controller. But I'm just so excited for Starfield right now. Like I said, I watched that stupid clip of Todd just introducing Starfield to the world, 5 years ago or whatever it's been. I'm just so hyped, man. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. And then it's going to be 3 months. 3 months, man. We're under 90 days. We're at 89 days right now. So,
bro, there's definitely some excitement going in tomorrow just because of what's expected, right? Like our own expectation. And again, I want to sit here and again be one of the guys that will tell you, you don't have to pull back your expectation. You don't have to do that.
Just own your own disappointment. Don't blame anybody. That's all you got to do. If you own your disappointment like I do, then get yourself as hyped as you want to be. Just don't blame others for your hype. You got to control your own. That's all you can do is control yourself. So that's what I'm always about. So no, my expectations are through the moon. And if it doesn't live up to it, I won't be disappointed.
I'm gonna talk about
fair with it. but right now, just from what I know, Steel, this is unless the games show terrible, unless they do something crazy, this is already like I hate to say it at this point, but it's already a 10 out of 10 for me. So again, just from what we know is going to be there, it's going to be so good, man. So,
it's going to be special. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you for joining us today on episode 106. As you can tell, there will not be any This Day in Gaming today. Also, the audio side of things that I usually post up about an hour after we go live. It's probably not going to get posted until this evening at some point. So just be on the lookout for that. I'll make sure to put a Twitter post out there for anybody that wants to enjoy the show completely uninterrupted, no issues at all on the audio side of things. And it is available everywhere that you can listen to a podcast at. So Google, Apple, whatever, Anchor, whatever you use, Slacker, whatever you use, it is there for your access. But I'll get that uploaded tonight. But Pong, I'm gonna start off with you. Get the beautiful people out of here. And man, I greatly appreciate you again being here. The hype is just on another level, man. And I'm ready. I'm excited for tomorrow. Get the people out of here, man.
Merry Gamers Christmas week, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Steele and I had a lot to say. We could have kept going. There's a lot more to talk about as well. But we got a lot of talking to do tomorrow, and it's going to be off the charts tomorrow. Again, I don't even know what I'm going to feel like when I see Starfield on that stage tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to feel like throughout the Xbox showcase as they're showing like Avowed and stuff that we just talked about. But this is the best time to be a gamer. This is why I love it. This is all a part of it. The golden age is here, folks. We have more content dropping than ever before. We are going to see more content. The fact that I can even sit here and think that maybe possibly there could be 10 first-party AAA games shown by Xbox at one showcase, one freaking showcase, and that's only a quarter of what they've got in the works, is insane to me, Steele. You are absolutely correct. This is the time to be a gamer. I'm so hyped. I hope you guys enjoyed all of it. I hope you can feel our energy. You will feel it tomorrow as well. But follow me, Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. Personal milestone. I'm approaching 4,000 on Twitter.
Ooh.
Unbelievable, man. So getting there, 3,900. So follow me. I'll follow you back. Again, no shop podcast tonight. Shout out to PTK Blam. I don't know if he's still listening. I don't know if he's on his flight. I know he's leaving. He's going to be out in LA. Jealous of you, brother. Have a safe travels. Have a fun time out there. Everybody who's already out there, I'm extremely, all the pictures, everything. Wish I could be there with you all. But again, no shop tonight. Tomorrow starts 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, Fun Speculations channel. The whole Fun Speculation family will be there. Steele and I, of course, are a part of that. We will be there as well. We're going to watch we're going to have an hour pre-show. We're going to watch the entire show. Steele and I will get our thoughts about the show out, and then we are hopping over to Boxenberger's channel for the World of Gaming with him and Dutch, where it's going to be Boxenberger, Dutch, me, and Steele, and we are going to recap the entire show, go through all of our thoughts about it, all that good stuff. And again, remember, after the showcase tomorrow, Giant Bomb, Jeff Grubb, and the crew is going to be having an interview with Phil and Booty. We will have more to talk about after that. I'm sure there's going to be some great quotes out of there. So check us out tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a fun day. Again, if you never see me during a showcase, the little kid in me comes out. And you never know what my expression is going to be, what I'm going to say, but it's going to be fun tomorrow. So thank you all for joining us. Again, nothing but love and respect to everybody who showed up today, whether you stayed here for 5 minutes or whether you stayed for the entire show, even through YouTube's hiccups, whatever is going on with YouTube right now. Love you all. Enjoy the showcase, whatever you're doing. Enjoy the rest of the week. Next week, more gaming news. It's going to be incredible. Listen. Golden Age of Gaming is here, folks. Get out there, play what you love what you play, and I'm going to talk to y'all real soon. Steele, get everybody out of here, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, thank you for joining us in episode 106, season 3 of Living a Split Screen, a non-console centric platform where we take that RTS approach. And I want to say, hopefully y'all have a fantastic Saturday. We'll see you tomorrow on Sunday. Well, let's get Fun Speculations views up there. We need 1,000 views in chat. Nah, let's see if we can get about 300 people in chat. I think that'll be pretty dope. But nonetheless, check us out tomorrow. Well, we'll be live. I can't talk now, so there's that. I'm just going to completely dismiss myself and say you can follow me everywhere. Steel Rain. The T is a 7. Everywhere. Again, Google is the easiest place. Xbox ecosystem is where I frequent because it just goes so in tandem between Xbox and PC. But nonetheless, y'all stay safe and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Much love. Peace.